All right. So we're gonna try something here today that I haven't done before. Shoot, if I've ever done this, it might have been years ago. But we're gonna hang out in the professional Linux users group, and I'm gonna be down in the Discord as well. So people that want to come and hang out in Discord with me, I'm going to just kind of hang out, and I'm kind of curious if anybody talks, if I'll be able to hear you guys, or if people will be able to hear you through to the thing. So if you guys are down in here in the Discord with me, let me see. You guys should be able to hear me in the Discord. You guys should be able to talk, and then I'd be able to hear you out here.
Yep.
So what I'm curious is if people on the stream will be able to hear you guys. So I'll leave the Discord muted so people can listen to me through there, and then we can just kind of have a hangout session. So just hang out. I'll put it down here. If anybody wants to talk, just kind of chill out. I'm gonna be co-working on some other stuff, so I'll be kind of just hanging out down in the channel.
Well, I recently got put in charge of securing a server for, like an actual host for a Minecraft server, so I'm going to be working on that in the background.
Nice. Linux box. Maybe I'll leave this microphone on. Is it a Linux box?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be running on Ubuntu.
Okay. Have you decided how you're going to harden that and stig it out, or what's your plan on that?
Honestly, I was just going to go through a normal checklist that I usually do. So setting up a strong root password, creating new user sudo privileges, disabling root login, changing default SSH port, setting up the firewall, installing fail2ban, doing SSH key authentication.
Okay.
Performing updates.
Those are all good. I'm gonna put something in the Discord or in the Discord channel here. What version of it is that? Like a Ubuntu 22 or 24 box?
Let me run commands here quick.
The reason I ask is because there are a couple different.
2404.
2404. Well, this is an older version. I'll link this down in here, but I've got an older version here, but there's newer ones. You can go get the CIS benchmarks, but the 20 version isn't far off. That's a benchmark that's good, and also the STIG benchmarks are kind of nice too. Like if you want to be able to quantify it later, I can link the STIG stuff if you need that too.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, give me a second here. I will pull up the actual. I'll actually send you over the STIGs exactly for that real quick. Hold on. Stop this and then Ubuntu 24. You say?
Yeah, 2404.
Copy the link. Here's 2404. So this is the actual. That's the actual zip for the STIG benchmark if you need it. And then there's a tool that you might want. Actually, I'll just link you this because this is where all the links are. And then there's if anybody watching and wondering what we're talking about, we're down in the Discord just kind of hanging out, and I'm linking some stuff over there. For people on stream, there you go. This is it. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear on stream. We're just hanging out down in the Discord, so if anybody's around and wants to be down here with us, we're going to be doing that. But that's a link to the STIG stuff there. So you got that. Let me figure out where I want to put this. I need to put my Discord somewhere but have it out of the way. Well, maybe that's fine. Because I still want to be able to see the other stuff in my window. So there we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, looks like everything should be working then for the stream and everything. But yeah, hopefully that works for you, developer. I'm actually going to be hardening some Red Hat boxes right now while we're talking. I'm going to be in my other windows doing some Linux stuff. Fortunately, I can't show that stuff because it's for a secure customer. But I can still hang out with anybody that wants to hang out in here. Mr. TA on the YouTube side said, is there a way to block creating keyboard rundown passwords like people creating shift 1, unshift down 2 so that, is there a way to block such passwords in Rel? Mr. TA, the rules that I know wouldn't preclude any of that stuff. The rules that I know will only stop. Well, no, I can think of, so there's one way that you can tighten it up. I'd have to pull something up to show you, but yeah, there is a way to limit that, but it would only be by excluding the repeatable characters lower than 3, and that would, man, it would really suck. Like keyboard rundown passwords, though, not specifically. Shift +1 down and then unshift 2 down or that kind of thing. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is if you shorten the number of repeating characters, which is a category that you can do inside of PAM. But that's that's a different beast. But yeah, that's you'd really be locking it down if you did that, because people would not be able to do a whole lot of types of passwords at that point. People would probably be
Question for you.
Yeah. What's up?
Have you ever heard of Zabbix?
Yeah. Yeah, Zabbix is what Nagios turned into, isn't it? Or Nagios is still kicking, but I think Zabbix is a fork.
Possibly.
Yeah, I've run it in the home lab here a little bit, but I didn't really dig in on it any. It looks like an interesting tool. I think that's Nagios under the hood. I'm like 90% sure of that. Let me go look. Let me go see. I swear Zabbix came from. Let's go check the old. Whoops. Let's go check the old Wikipedia. See what people are saying about it. I don't know the history of it, but I could have sworn this one spun off of. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it is its own little beast. Huh. Yeah, no, I haven't used Zabbix in any kind of real way. What's the one that Nagios spun off of? Somebody probably knows. Or Nagios spun off one that people use. It looks like IOFault's used it before, so maybe if he's down in the Discord, he can help you out. But it looks like IOFault's been running it professionally for a while.
CTL restart SHD.
All right, I need to work in this environment real quick.
Question for you. Do you think changing the default SSH port actually makes a difference?
I would not do that. I don't think it changes anything really. I mean, it's one of those, as people call it, security by obscurity. I don't think it'll save you anything. Because what somebody will do is they'll just scan it anyways and they'll know that it's SSH. Because when SSH is open, it does... Let me pull this other screen up and show you guys. When SSH is open, it always, if you were to scan it, so if you were like to use a netcat to scan Hammer 1 on port 22, it'll always give you the header for SSH if it's an SSH. So even if that port was like 2000 something or 22,000 or whatever, it would still just come up with, it would always give the header info back, and then people would be able to scan and find it real quick. So a lot of us don't. Like, excuse me, there's other reasons too,
it's
but...
updated information.
Yeah.
Or outdated practice.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like the whole security through obscurity thing that people are always complaining about. It won't save you any trouble. So.
Yeah.
Now I
Except
do.
For failed ban, I'm already done with my checklist.
Well, can I tell you this other thing that's kind of nice is I have seen this happen before. So on my Werewolf server, which is what I'm sharing on the screen there, if I do ss-ntulp, you see that I've got port 22 open, and that's SSHD, right? And if I cat etc sshd underscore config in here, as I set up my server, right? As I turn on my server, it's got all of these things that are happening, and you can change this default port up here at the top. You see that? So I've actually.
No, I'm actually still on ads, so no.
Oh, you're on ads. All right. Well, I'm not sharing it on the Discord side, but I'll just link it in Discord. Here, I'll grab a picture of it real quick. And hold on. Grab this thing real quick. So you've got this inside of your Etsy SSHD.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where's my Discord at?
I can see it now. I'm out of ads.
Oh, anyways, I was dropping in Discord too for you, but let me get that out of the way. So, well, where I'm going with that is you could, I've seen this before. So cd to Etsy SSH, right? And in here, you make a whole new SSH config, and you call it like SSH config 2 or whatever you want to call it. It really doesn't matter what you call it. And then what you do is you make a whole new service. So system CTL cat SSHD, right? And you make a whole new service right here, and you call it like SSHD2. And then you have your normal SSH running, and you also have SSHD2 running. Well, there's no rule that says you can't have multiple SSHs into a server on different ports. So you can have 22. Hold on. Oh man, sorry. You could have one SSH coming into a box like this, and then you could have a second one coming in doing something else. And the main thing that you would use that for is we used to have users that would just absolutely bog down the normal SSH server, and sometimes we'd have to get in on the backup port. And then the backup port is just kind of like an unused port. And also our regular SSH had it would spin off individual slices of the server, so people could use, like with C groups, it would use a certain amount of memory for each one. And then we could get in with the other SSH and kill off sessions if we needed to. So it's kind of a nice way to do it without having to go to the console, because sometimes you got to go to the console and you got to jump into a server and do whatever. But we were doing like a lower level even before. So yeah, that's kind of something.
Question for you.
Yep.
So as far as VPS goes, is there any way to actually secure it past, like I'm talking about like KVM type VPS? Is there any way to secure it from the provider, or is that just something you want to do locally if it's that important?
No, wait. So you're saying like? Wait, say that again.
Is there any way to protect a VPS from the provider?
I see what you're saying.
Say they have a rogue employee and they're doing something nefarious.
Well, I mean, you can still lock. I mean, if they can reboot a box and get to it at the console, they can always reset it. So, I guess the one protection you have is just don't leave data on it. But I guess technically, if somebody reboots a box, they can reset root's password or whatever. So, no, in that sense, you technically couldn't control, like you couldn't stop VPS. Now there is, if you control the boot process, which you don't in the cloud, you don't control the boot process, you can lock down the ability to somebody to get into the box at the BIOS. Like I do a lot of physical stuff, and like people can't actually do anything on my machines, unless they have access directly, over. Sorry, I'm looking at this system. I'm pulling STIGs off of a couple of servers that I built, and then I got to update some stuff. IOFault, you said we switched SSH to a non-standard port, and then we switched all back a couple of years later. It was not worth it. Yeah, no, IOFault. I've only ever used, like, I always have 22 open, and then I have a separate port if I need it. So, and actually, it's kind of, it's funny. So it's fun. Go ahead.
Something I thought of that would help secure it. I don't know how foolproof this is, but have a script that runs during boot that changes root password to set password. That way, in case like someone via control panel of VPS changes it, it will change back.
You can. I mean, you could do that. I mean, it's one of these things where it's like, I mean, how how deep do you want to go on some of that stuff, right? Because you could, I mean, by that you could also rotate. You can rotate things. You could have things download stuff out of a repository. You could do all kinds of things if you really want to be, like, if you're really worried about that kind of stuff. Although if I was really worried about that, I'd go to a different cloud provider. You know,
Yeah.
that's my thoughts on it. Plus, I mean, that thing's going to be, is that thing reaching out somewhere and connecting? You know, that kind of stuff. I have to imagine it is.
This is just a thought experiment.
I see. Yeah.
Like, it was just like the idea. Okay, I have something important on VPS, such as a password, a manager like Bullet Warden. How would I be able to protect that from a nefarious actor at the cloud company? And I've just been ruminating on that in my brain for months.
Yeah, I guess most of my protections just come from, get the system to a certain level of hardness so it's difficult. And then, I guess in most of my thoughts is make it more trouble than it's worth, even if somebody is in some way elevating privileges. Because here's the thing, I mean, if somebody has elevated privileges and they have access physically to a box, they will eventually get into it. It's the same idea, like you could have a really cool safe, but if I can get that safe out of your house into my house, I can crack it whenever I want to. I could do like one of those videos where I go pull it 500 feet up in the air and drop it. Like those people do those stupid videos where they're always breaking safes open and stuff. It's not that hard, and that's part of the thing about security is security at the end of the day really is just a deterrent.
It reminds me of this XKCD, imagining what's like having full disk encryption versus a $5 wrench. Here, I'll drop it to you.
I think I know which one you're talking about. I think I've seen that. Ranger's on the move. I see Ranger moving. I see the wife over there too. I can see her in the mirrored glass of the back door. That's funny. All right. But for people that are hanging out on Twitch and YouTube, we're just kind of working tonight. I'm co-working a little bit. I'm doing some other stuff while I'm kind of hanging out down here. So if you guys want to know anything, we are hanging out down in Discord, by the way. So
there we are. I found it. XKCD 538. There you go.
Let's see here. And with a $5 wrench until he tells us the password. Yeah. You only have to hold out long enough until you forget, though. You don't have to hold out forever. That's funny. All right. Where was I at here? I'm on this other server, and I am hardening some werewolf. Yeah, it's actually funny. They spell it every time I say it on here. It's spelled werewolf, but it's actually WULF, which I think is kind of funny. All right, I'm looking for a very specific server that I did some very specific things to. Oh, so Joey Bites said over on Twitch, can you talk about the upcoming course and how to join? Yeah, actually, I meant to put something else up here. ProLUG. No, hold on. It's LAC. So the way to join the course kind of looks like this. Is you want to join the Discord. So Joey Bites, if you are not part of the Discord, you're welcome to join it. We don't charge anything for it. You just hang out down in Discord. Some people really dislike Discord, and unfortunately for them, I have nothing I can help them with, like, because some people just really hate it. But the thing about the, yeah, well, I mean, like, I get it, man. Like, I mean, they're recording everything, right? But we're gonna be starting the group again on March 22nd. So I think, yeah, that's the event that's coming up, March 22nd. And all people really have to do to join that is hop down in there and say you're going to be there each Saturday. That's the main goal. There's some stuff that you got to do as far as like discussions. There's some things you got to do as far as like assignments, and then like a big project at the end. The course is on system administration, IO Fault. It's there's actually a book for it that's being written by the guys right now. So the book is not completely finished, but they're putting together all of the components of the 16-week course, and it's going to be free for everybody. So this is just going to be. I think I'm allowed to share this. I think the guy said this is. We only have the first 3 weeks put together as far as that goes, and they're still working on it. But I can at least link it to people that are here that want to go check it out. And then that is going to be. That's all the stuff. This is all down in our Discord, but they're all putting it in one place for me. So that's what the guys are doing. And then nothing. It starts you off pretty basic, IO Fault. I mean, I would say probably anybody that's hanging out here with us doing Linux is probably already ready for the basic course. Also, you can make it a bunch of different colors. You can they had some pretty cool stuff. I think this is all based on the general system, but you can read the book in any color schema that you want. All right, and then do whatever. So yeah, the course is going to be. It's one of these things where, you could sit down and just read everything, but what if you hung out with everybody else and, other people were working on stuff too, and then you found, other interesting things. I learned stuff when I was doing the course, and I was just hanging out with everybody as they were working on it, So, anyways, something to think about. What was I doing? I'm checking for STIGs on the system.
I have to say, the worst part about setting up a new server is fail to ban.
Good old fail to ban. Yep.
If you could just have one uniform location to create the same thing once, instead of having to repeat it over and over, it would be so nice. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Canonical is hiring junior devs, by the way.
Oh, nice. People that want to go that route, that's definitely valuable. So I'm going to be doing something here. Let me see if I can share this one thing for a second. That'll be too.
Twitch or Discord?
Nah, I was going to share it on Twitch. But it's a, I was going to show I'll show it real quick. Hold on. I just got to put the window up. It's one of these things I got to go, like, build a little window capture for it. We'll call it a STIG viewer. Give me a second here. STIG viewer. Okay. All right, so this STIG viewer that should have just popped up for most of you is, if you're watching on Discord, it's a tool. It's free. It's got a terrible dark mode, so don't worry about that. But these are the STIGs up here that I normally deal with. You guys should be able to see them. But I'm doing this Rel 8 one. So what I'm doing right now is I did a filter for sysctl. And then sysctl is a bunch of things that we can set, like in this case, FS protected symlinks. And I'm going to go grab all of these things. So kernel exec k disabled. And I'm going to go put those right now into one system. Hey, Tawny, how's it going? Tawny was hanging out. Also, Tawny, we're down in the Discord. Yeah, we're down in the Discord right now hanging out, Tawny, if you want to come hang out with us. Oh, you're on a train? Okay. You're hanging out. If you guys don't know, Tawny travels the world telling people about security for a couple of big organizations that I'm not going to mention, but Tawny is a pretty big public speaker in that space with some pretty well-respected organizations. So Tawny's a great fun member of our community in general, but they've been around a long time here just hanging out. So I think it says there 37 months. Yeah, Tawny's been around a long time. So, and an enjoyer of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Did you get your purple belt yet? I think you were working on your purple belt last time we talked. I don't think you had it yet. I think we were talking. I've been a black belt now for almost 5 years. Got my black belt July 11th of 2020. In case anybody wonders. I've been doing it for a long time. You haven't got purple yet? Well, if you're ever in Phoenix, let me know. We'll go train. I got gyms we can go to. I got mats at the house. We can turn it into a party. I'll have so many black and brown belts over here that you'll be so pissed at me. Yeah. Oh man, I'll have guys drilling you through all kinds of stuff. It'll be fun. If you guys don't know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the art of folding people or folding clothes while people are still in them. That's a way that we like to say. All right, anyway, so I'm going to grab these, right? And I'm going to go throw them in an individual file. So I'm actually doing that in this other system here. So I'm going to VI, I'm going to call this like STIG, so 0 STIG remediation. You guys don't get to see it though because I'm only sharing certain things out. But I'm going to grab each of these different things. And what am I going to call it? .conf, yeah. And then in there, I'm going to come through here. And we're just going to go like this. We're going to go to this very top one. And we're going to say kernel kexec load disabled. Boom. I'm dropping that into this other window. So, you know, we're coming down here. And we're saying FS protected symlinks. Boom. Dropping that right there. So even though a lot of these are not necessarily related, we're going to grab FS protected hard links. Boom. I'm dropping them in this other window. It's very similar to just like dropping them in a notepad, although I'm dropping them directly in a terminal window that I'm using. KD message restrict. Boom. And I'm doing this so that I can pass all of these checks right here. So you guys see me going down and grabbing the next check. Help diminishes when I don't do something like that. Yeah. Need to get back to it. Took time off. Don't want to get sick before traveling, but I'm left with that. So, yeah, Tani, if you're in the Phoenix area sometime in the future, I know you sometimes travel out here. You're welcome to come hang out with us. We're more up on like the northwest side of the valley, so even more northwest than like the stadium. If anybody knows where the stadium is out here in the Phoenix area, but I have a good rapport with most of the gyms in the area, so I can go to any of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gyms if I want to. All right, we're gonna grab this kernel perf event paranoid. Boom, drop it in. So I'm making a list right here because what happens is right here. You'll see on this list that it says like etsy sysctld.anything.conf, right? You see that asterisk is a wildcard. So what I'm doing is I'm going to go grab this kernel randomize space VA whatever, and I'm going to drop it in my file. So my file is starting to look like it's just a whole bunch of these lines for settings of sysctl. And we're going to, I'm going to be grabbing all of these things and putting them in there. I leave this one off though. So this one says, relay disable storing core dumps. We're working with a set of servers that in Werewolf are stateless, so core dumps don't matter to us. I can't core dump, so I'm going to leave that one out. And then now I'm going to get to all my net IPv6 redirects and all my IPv6 stuff. So these are, somebody asked the other day, they said, hey, they were asking in Discord about what kind of things you would do down here in sysctl. And I would offer, unless you're really doing specialized types of networking, I would not spend a lot of time customizing these fields like I'm doing. I am customizing these things because of the fact that I am willing, I'm doing it to pass a security audit, right? Like I want to pass all of these different things, so I'm going to build all of this into this modified, I have a hardened image template that I'm building. So I want to pass all these, right? I'm trying to get, my raw score was 80%, and I've told some of you guys before, when we do STIGs, when you build this, so like let's say I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I'm in this one Red Hat STIG here. Oh, dude, did I just wipe them all? No, I'm good. Okay. I can come up here and I can say create a checklist from the marked STIGs, and now I've got a checklist, but see, none of these things have been evaluated yet. It says not, like it's in a not evaluated state yet. Yeah, it's not reviewed yet. So when I come down here to the STIG, I don't have a score yet. I have a score of 0. So when I start actually looking at my systems, I can put these higher and higher through, I have some automated methods I've shown you guys before over here. Real quick, let me go, let me go open this up real quick so you guys can see. Where did I put that? I built them down here. Where did I? I think I put them in here. Yeah, so here's my rel 9 STIG. in here, right? And we were doing this the other day. Joey Bites, are you saying the this one here, the ProLUG one? Yeah, this ProLUG site does some weird stuff sometimes. I gotta fix the timeout in the background if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, this one. Yeah, there's an error with it has to do with a thing, my cloud front origins. That's annoying. I gotta go fix that. But this one should work. Oh, that's annoying. I gotta go fix that cloud front problem. Oh, you know what? I know why that's broken. I think I know why that's broken right now, because I got a VPN on. Alright, well, anyways, we'll fix that later. Let me get back over here in the system. I need to right quit. I need to hit enter a few times as I'm doing this. Shift G, alright, I need to go back to my STIG viewer. So the STIG viewer that I showed you guys, I just wanted to show you that checklist. We're not going to save the checklist. We're going to come back over here, and what we did all forwarding to 0. Yep. I'm just going to keep grabbing these as you guys see me copying them out. And I'm just going to dump them in here because I want them all to pass. I don't want to lose points on my STIG score, overall security score, because of these little things like this. So I'm going to grab them here and here, IPv6. So we're just going to, I'm just setting these all up and down in a file. And then when I'm done, actually, I'm going to pull them from this file. So this one's interesting, guys. This one right here says, prevents privilege escalation through the kernel by accessing to BPF syscall with the following commands. So we will accept this one, but I'm going to show you some of these I'm going to skip, and I'm going to explain to you why I skip them when we get to them. So this one, it says Yammer ptrace, and it says restricts uses of ptrace to descendant processes with the following commands. We will go ahead and limit that one. But there's going to be some that are coming up here that affect the way that system memory works. And we almost always, so let's expose kernel pointer. Yeah, we're going to turn that off. All right. And then let's see if we find some of these ones. I don't know if rel 8's the same as rel 9. Max user namespaces are, that's fine. I can limit those with no problem. But let's see if we find some of these memory ones. Nope, this is IPv4, so these ones are all safe for me to do. Because I don't do any. These ones right here, you have to get exceptions if you're using your Linux devices as a router, which we're not doing. Especially this one, like accept all redirects. When you guys, if any of you were around earlier and you guys saw me down in the Discord earlier, I was building this in such a way that one of my servers was doing redirects between two networks. That's what that is. You can turn that off if you want, but then you can't be a router. And you say, well, why would I ever want a Linux box to be a router? Yeah, I know. It's exactly how I feel. But sometimes you need it. Like in my home lab, I needed it. So it was that or buy a router. So I just turned a little Linux box into a router and saved myself some money, you know. And it works fine. So, all right. Then I'm going to keep doing this. I think I'm down to the last two. So look at this one. This one says Berkeley packet filter just-in-time compiler aids in mitigating just-in-time spraying attacks. Setting the value to enables just-in-time hardening for all users, right? So that's this one is fine. I'm gonna set this one, but whoops. And I'm gonna set that one, and then I'm gonna go to this last one. And then we can do this one as well. All right, so there were none in rel 8 that I couldn't set. Kind of in rel 9, sometimes there's some that you might not want to set. So anyways, I'm going to take this, by the way, I have this other file that I'm writing in a Confluence page, which is just a page of like networking stuff. And I'm going to go drop it down here. Hardening for the etc sysctl.d directory. There we go. All right. All right, good. So I just want to update that. All right, good. So now I'm going to push that into this system that I have. So I have a what you guys can't see is I'm in this other system, and I'm going to take all of these settings that I just grabbed out of here, all these ones that you saw me grab, and I'm going to take them and turn them into a working, what would you call that? You would kind of think of them as a working sysctl file, right? So that's what I'm going to do with that. Let's see if I can get this to come back up. Yeah, there we go. At least, I mean, that's at least it came back up a little bit. All right, so wwctl history prep-i exec, and then bang 812, and we're gonna vi etc sysctl.d, and then we're going to take the name of that file. Where's it at? Yeah, but by the way, I don't know. I think some of you guys are still hanging out in Discord. I'm just talking to myself. So if any of you want to talk, you can talk. I'm just in here talking. So where am I at here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, good. Yeah. I was thinking more people would hop in, but maybe since I haven't done this before, people are probably like, what's he doing over there? Just hanging out. Hanging out and doing the Linux. All right, so we're going to harden that box. Then we're going to reapply that to the werewolf. And some of you guys have been around when we've done that in the systems world. Let's go log into this too. Oh, what's going on here? All my stuff got locked out, huh? All right, let's try this. Admin. Let's see. Get back in. Logs, messages, logs. Loki dashboard, yep. Huh. I don't know what that one was doing. Was this one doing ProLUG, and then this was doing, I think this one was doing security and connectivity. Yeah, there we go. All right, leave that spinning in the background over there. All right, overlay build that for all of those, and then reboot them. Because that node will go and grab everything. Lots of telecoms have links, boxes, routers now. Yeah, Tawny, that is definitely true. That is, it is still a thing to sit around and do that. I'm going to pull this IBM one off because this is in our notes and it's in our Linux system. I'm going to pull that off just so that doesn't burn everybody's eyes out. Well, I guess our page will burn everybody's eyes out too. Yeah, some of you guys were asking about when we're going to do the new group for ProLUG. The new group is starting up on March 22nd, so that's down in the Discord. There's a way to join our Discord. You just go in and you should be able to find it here. I think this thing should just, yeah, why is this so weird? I mean, I know what's happening, but it's weird that it is happening. There's the join. So there's join the Discord, YouTube, Twitch. We got a bunch of killer Coda labs out there. And then they added the book for now. Also, there's this other book, which is the Linux sysadmin course, and the guys are writing that as we speak. So there's all that kind of stuff. So lots of stuff to hang out with, lots of stuff to do for people that are interested in that kind of stuff. All right, my server has been pinging for 2 minutes. So it's got 1 more minute till it's built. You see Ranger moving around down there. A dog. Also, I should pop up the Discord just so I can see if anybody else pops in. I think we turned off the alerts in Discord so we don't hear when people come in or leave a channel anymore. I'm pretty sure we did that. Yeah, there we go. All right. So. Yeah, developer, just interrupt me if you need to. Because I'll just sit here and talk.
Will do.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out. Working on stuff. The wife came home, by the way, today. So the wife was hanging out earlier. And then she had promised her friends that she would go to a... it's kind of funny. Because both I and the wife like musicals. But she was like, yeah, me and the girls are going to go see Matilda. And she's like, I don't even like Matilda. So she's going to see this show. And she's like, I don't even want to go. And I'm like, well, all right. So we hung out. We watched the new Solo Leveling today. That was pretty good. That was fun. And then I thought it was well done. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody, but I thought it was well done. And then
I'm surprised you haven't read the novel.
my brother sent me the link the other day. I could read it all ahead if I want. I did that with Attack on Titan, and I've never finished the show. I haven't seen the last 2 seasons because I know it all, you know?
Yeah,
So.
I just couldn't stand waiting so long between episodes, both of the webtoon or actually the show. I
agree with that.
It was just be like, I gotta know, and I ended up... The thing is, if I'm correct, it's like 3,000 chapters, or 3,000 pages or something.
Oh, yeah. I remember...
It was long, but it was a good read.
Like, I explained to people, like, were you watching... And I don't say this to be, like, one of those guys that's like, I was in before anybody else. But I watched the first Attack on Titan when it first came out, you know, like in 2013 or something. And I remember that it was super popular and everybody loved it. But then they didn't do season 2 until like 2018 or something, maybe 2019. I don't remember. But it was a huge wait, and we're all like, "Where the hell is this next show?" And then like that's why I went and read all the manga. I was tired of waiting.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In fact, I think.
I'm talking about manga. I'm talking about the Luxia, the literal text of Solo Leveling is a thing.
My brother. So actually, my wife saw that on because she listens to books. I can't listen to audiobooks, guys. My brain. I have diagnosed ADHD. I can't do that. Although you've never heard me say that before because I don't sit around and complain about it. But like I can't sit and listen to books when other people read them to me. It just doesn't work for me. I can read a book. I can't like sit and listen to it. But anyways, my wife said, "Hey, there's this. I could listen to it." And I was like, "If you want to, go ahead." And she's like, "No, not if you're not going to." So her and I have just been watching them together. So that's fine. You know, it works for us. I gotta copy this over. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself as we're sitting here. Oh, damn it.
But yeah, at this point, I'm just over here configuring plugins on the server already.
Yep.
I'll STIG it later.
Is it a one-off server?
What?
Is it like a one-off server? Are you ever going to build that one again, or might you ever have to build it again?
No, I was gifted it. So I used to develop for this server.
Okay.
But the owner had a kid and doesn't have the time for it anymore. So he's like, "This is probably best in your hands. Here you go. It's yours now."
Huh.
And I didn't want to keep on paying for the ridiculous. It was like $40 a month for an 8 gigabyte of RAM server with a single core. I was like, I could do better than this. So I got a deal. I talked to a CEO of the Rack Nerd. I think I talked about them before.
Yeah, they're a great company. I sometimes show their stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. He hooked me up with the 2023 Ryzen Black Friday deal.
Okay.
And then I added on some more RAM, so it's two Ryzen core, 8 gigabytes of RAM for $100 a year.
Yeah. I remembered somebody got a really good deal. It must have been you. But yeah, that Rack Nerd stuff.
Good deals from them. I got a 4 gigabyte, 3 core. They're Xeon cores though. From them as well for like $28 a year.
That's still great. You know, perfectly fine.
Yeah. That's my main VPS now.
Yeah. You can use that for all kinds of stuff. I don't think a lot of people think about that, but like you have a lot of stuff you can sit around and do with your own little server like that.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
think I'm actually setting up Grafana on the flash shell, the 4 GB one.
Oh yeah. Have you looked into? So I don't know. Like I love Grafana. I think they're a great company too. But have you looked into the free Grafana? Because if you have like less than 20 servers, they have an always free, and it says yes, always free. They don't even ask you for a card. This will work for probably anybody with less than 50 servers. Free. 100% free. They don't charge you nothing. Now, okay, you got to think about, well, do I want them tracking my metrics? Yeah, but it's metric data you're sending, you know? Like if you're sending logs, that's different. It depends what you're doing, but if you're just sending like metric data, like how used your servers are, that's not that big of a security but it's a security thing. You can think about it, but the point is they will do stuff for free, and their stuff online is really good. Think about shipping logs. Now you'll have a little bit of cost probably because you're exfiltrating data from your site, but it's something to think about. Hey, Measy Blood, how's it going?
You're talking about their cloud provider option?
Yeah. Oh, are you not? It should be on the screen right now, but yeah, I don't know if you probably have the Twitch down. Yeah, you probably have the Twitch down, but it's right here. I'll link it actually. But this always free plan is pretty solid, man. I've had this for years. They've never charged me anything. Although I don't really send any data up to them. But anyways, it's something to play with, you know.
I mean, I'm more of a self-host everything type guy.
I'm actually very much in that. I just did this because it was another way to use their tool, you know. But yeah, I get it. I mean, shoot, you guys have seen my home lab. I have all kinds of crap running in my home lab. But I'm more of like I like to build and break things, you know. I wanna watch it work and watch it not work, you know.
Yeah, I got a couple of things that are like on production servers with air quotes right there, and then I just have one where I can break anything and not worry about it.
Nice.
I find it funny that PowerPoint is not getting what I'm saying.
It's getting some of it though, isn't it? Man, I've looked down at that PowerPoint and been like, "What the hell is that thing saying?" Like I'm like over here like summoning a demon or something. It's weird.
I got credential out of production. I'm not sure how it did that.
Yeah, this thing's wild. Also, I think you might not have been around before when this has happened, but if my network ever has problems, then you'll see over here network connection on the bottom left, and it'll be, oh, you probably can't see my hand, but just to the left of this thing, it'll say like network connection, and this will stop working. So that's how I know this is sending up to Azure. So this is actually going up and doing information to Azure, even though it's just on my PowerPoint on my local box. So. Yeah, and Microsoft's collecting information. Google's collecting stuff off my phone. Apple's collecting stuff off everybody else's phones. Like it's all just, you know, it's all data being collected. Probably got some TikTok in there listening. Well, not for me, but for other people.
You mean ByteDance?
Is that what they are? ByteDance?
Yeah. It's either Tencent or ByteDance, one or the other.
Interesting.
Do you use SSHFS out of curiosity?
Nope, never used it.
It's basically mounts a remote directory over SSH to a local directory.
I've seen things that do stuff like that. Like I've seen one that does that with S3 as well. But no, I've never used SSH for that. No, it looks. I mean, that sounds interesting. I mean, that's a lot of encryption for file system stuff. I could see just moving around causing a lot of traffic. There, you know, there's if you were doing like a cloud connection, I could see there being some cost considerations there.
I get 13 gigabytes a month. Not gigabytes, terabytes. Sorry.
Okay.
So it doesn't really bother me. No one's really using it anyway.
I'm convinced that this server that I'm working on is just like making stuff up. I just stigged a server further than it was, and instead of going up from 80%, it dropped down to 70%. I'm like, what the hell? So I got to pull this scan out of the system and then look at what's look at what's happening. So that's fun. That's what we do. I just figured if I was going to be doing it, I'd hang out with you guys down here while I did it, and people up on Twitch as well.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Alice Knight.
Hey.
Yeah, we're on Twitch and YouTube, and then just hanging out down here. So.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw you on Twitch. That's why I'm over here.
Yeah. Welcome to hang out. See what's going on. I'm going to pull all this information down to my local box.
So guess what game I recently was gifted?
What's that?
Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Which one?
The Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Okay. I don't know if I've played that one.
It's just the first 3 Spyro games with little...
Oh, Spyro. Spyro. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't hearing you right. That's, yeah, Spyro's fun. I haven't seen that in a long time. I used to play a very similar game to that, Crash Bandicoot. Spyro,
Yes.
Spyro is not far off from, like, the general what's going on in there. So
I
that's,
don't know how well you kept up with games over the years, but did you see how they just did Spyro wrong in the Skylanders series?
I did not, but I can imagine it was terrible.
He was just another character kind of thing. They used his name for the title, and that's about it. It was Skylanders Spyro's Adventure.
Oh, that's terrible. Uh-oh. Oh, I spelled the name wrong on the server I'm trying to pull down. There we go. All right, better. Oh. I just did 0301. Wait a minute. You guys want to hear something funny? You know how I was just complaining about I had an 80% and then now I have a 70% on my STIG? Oh my god, gosh. Guys, you guys got to stop me. No, you guys can't see what I'm doing, so you can't stop me. Can I show you guys something real quick? So, in one of my nodes, in any one of my nodes, let's say Rocky 5, if I CD to opt in this box, I have this SCC directory, right? And this SCC has this tool, so I can do an RPM-IVH of SCC. I just want to show you guys this real quick. And it'll install it on my local box here so that I can then run it. But watch this real quick. God, I'm so dumb sometimes. You guys are going to laugh here in a second. Ratchet and Clank was so much fun, guys. I like, so somebody in Twitch, Joey Bites just said Ratchet and Clank is fun. Yeah. I liked Ratchet and Clank a lot. And the movie was actually good, too. Did any of you guys ever see that movie? That was a really good movie, too.
I love the Navy disclaimer.
Yeah, I thought that one was good. All right. But yeah, if you guys don't know, we're hanging out down in the Discord. So just letting people on Twitch know we're hanging out down there. What I wanted to show you guys was this. When this runs, when this installs, I'm going to have the option to go CSCC config like this, right? And now I can run this tool, and you guys are going to laugh at me. I don't know what the hell I was just thinking, but this is what I just did in my other environment. Hold on real quick. This is going to come up. And hold on, let it come up. It's going to go into this interactive, and we're going to hit S to skip this message. We'll just hit enter. And when you configure the SCAP content, I am on a Rel 9 box, so I want to do this right here until I have, only Rel 9 selected, right? And then I hit 0, and then I come in and hit 0, and I hit 6, and then I go 1. And I say run all SCAP scanning, which is this top value here, and just run all the stuff. So what I just did when I was just complaining about why am I at a lower score, I just ran a Rel 9 STIG against a Rel 8 box. Good God, I'm dumb. I can do the dumbest things if I'm left unintended. So anyways, this server will scan now.
Don't leave het unsupervised.
Oh gosh, never. So now I got to remove that one. rm-rf rel_9. Good gosh, that's dumb. So now I got to go into that server and fix that because the scan is not great.
Hey, we're getting more people popping in.
Yeah, Enzo's here. Enzo's always good. Good peoples. But yeah, if you guys talk, you'll be on Twitch and YouTube. So just, if you have questions or if you just want to hang out and talk trash and talk shop, tell me about what movies you guys like. I'm always looking for horror movies. I don't find anything that scares me. So.
Yeah, I posted one of the Rocky movie horror. Or what was that? The one with it was the band Thor from the 80s.
Oh.
Rock and Roll Nightmare.
Yeah, guys, if you ever drop that down in the movie channel, I assure you all will find a way to watch it, because I love horror movies and I just can't find anything that can scare me. So, guys,
this doesn't scare anybody, so don't watch it for that. It's like horribly bad.
I do like old movies like that where I can just sit around and kind of make fun of them as I watch them. That's my favorite. I have my good buddy Sam. Sam and I have been friends since 3rd grade. And me and Sam, we used to have a Sunday afternoon, just Kung Fu Sunday. People would he and anybody else that would come would just bring binders full of like Kung Fu movies, and we would just watch them and just make fun of them. So.
Yeah, I miss the Kung Fu movie. Because we used to get them in a bunch, and like 9 of them in a DVD.
Yep.
Or something.
Just watch old Kung Fu movies, yeah. Velas.
That's actually a pretty choice.
Velas, he said Late Night with the Devil. I have not seen that, so that'll be one that I'll put. I need to make a list. Late Night with the Devil, and then Mandy. I watched Mandy. That's the one with Nicolas Cage, right? That one was dark. It didn't kind of bugged me. If Mandy's the one I'm thinking of with Nicolas Cage in it, that one kind of bugged me a little bit. But it didn't. I mean, it didn't scare me. It's just like it is a dark horror movie. If you guys like horror movies, sorry guys, I'm just reading stuff off of Twitch and YouTube as well. So, first game ever on Steam was a Kung Fu game. Nice. I did not know that, Tawny. All right. So real quick, guys, I am in this other window, rescanning now. So now I'm going to scan with the right damn time, with the right type of STIG. Because I thought that was weird. I was like, why am I doing 450 STIGs? There's not 450 STIGs. There's only 367. And it's because I was doing the Rel 9 STIGs against the Rel 8 box, which is not going to give you a good number, guys. It's going to be terrible. So, yep. Something to think about. Ragdoll Kung Fu, really funny. Okay. Tani, I need to like pop open a little list and just keep like a list of all these. Guys, this little thing keeps popping up. I added a new timer on Twitch. We have a book that the guys are putting together. It's right here. It's on the right side of your screen. This Linux admin course, and the book is free. It's online. The link is there popping up for you guys every now and then. And then there's 16 weeks of this course. We're restarting the course, so if you want to do it with us, you can. If you just want to go and look at it through there, you can as well. But the guys have been doing a really good job of putting this together. And it's the Linux administration course. So it's just like, look, everybody that's hanging out with us probably understands at least basic command line. But what that's about is doing the interface between being an administrator and like what a company wants. And that's how we get hired. You know, that's how we get hired, is by doing what a company wants. Right? So that's kind of the thoughts there. So, yeah. And by the way, guys, I'm just talking because I'm on stream, but if you guys want to interrupt me, feel free to. I am. I tell my college students that too all the time, man. I have like one speed and I just kind of go. So just feel free to interrupt me if you want, because I'm just talking. Just literally to talk. So. Sorry, and I think I interrupted. We were talking about scary movies, which is always good.
They were were you talking about the professional Linux user group on GitHub?
Yeah.
The course, yeah.
Yeah, that course, it's, I'll link it in the chat too down in the Discord. This is the one the guys are all putting together.
Oh, sweet.
It is, yeah, I'll put it, it's right there in our chat. Treasure has been putting a lot of that together. He's one of our guys that kind of runs a lot of stuff. He runs a lot of like the study groups for people and that kind of stuff. And, helps people get ready. So I just got an 87. 87 is a good score. 87 is very close to the 90 that I need to get. So I want to get to a 90%. So I'm going to actually link that to one of the guys because that's a pretty good score for what I want. Yep, so, and there's Ranger. You guys can see Ranger down there partying. Or he has partied hard, and now he's just laying around. You guys want to hear a funny story, though? So, well, I think it's funny. You guys might not think it's as funny. My wife just got back from being up in Utah, and she was like, hey, I'll grab food on the way home, and I have to come this other way home because they've closed off all these different roads in Phoenix. So, she's coming home, and I go to send, she goes, hey, I'll just stop wherever. And I said, let's do Carl's Jr. So she goes, okay, I'll stop at Carl's Jr. And I said, okay, I'll send you what I want. So I send her 2 double, and I go to put jalapeno in on my phone, and my phone thinks I'm typing in kaleidoscope. Something about the way I slide my fingers around, apparently I'm stupid, and it does kaleidoscope. So I think that's funny, and her and I have talked about this many times. But I'm like, hey, when a word is stupid like that, because it either says with when I do jalapenos, it either does kaleidoscope or hallelujah. I just leave it, right? I just leave it. And then I said at the end jalapenos, so that she would know that like that's the word that was supposed to go there. She went to Carl's Jr. and tried to order 3 kaleidoscope cheeseburgers for me, and they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? So she gets back here. Some of you guys were on. We were hanging out down in Discord when this happened, and she comes and she gives me these cheeseburgers. These guys did not make their normal jalapeno double cheeseburgers, which are really good with like the special sauce and like 2 different types of cheese. They gave me these garbage cheeseburgers that they just like cut jalapenos onto. I still ate them. Don't get me wrong. I still ate them, but they were not the same cheeseburgers that I was expecting, and it was kind of funny. Like they must have been super confused that this lady wants a kaleidoscope double cheeseburger. So anyways, that was kind of funny. And she's like, you've never told me that before. And I'm like, literally, we've been married for all these years, and you've heard me say this a million times. Anyways, it was kind of funny. I think it was funny anyways, so. All right. Instructions clear, coming right up is the correct response. Yeah, you know what? She's, to be fair, she does deal with all kinds of dumb stuff online because she does help desk for school district. So I probably should have just fixed the word, but I left the word because I thought it was funny. But I will never do that again because, she's always gonna hear of the time that she tried to order me kaleidoscope cheeseburgers from now on, double kaleidoscope, no less. It's my fault. My phone thinks that apparently my fingers are too fat to rub across the screen or something. I don't know. But is what it is, All right, so I got to go out of here, and then I have to go into this directory and get my results. So now the trick is to pull all this information down and get it back to the directory that I want to get it in. All right. Now we got rel 8 STIGs everywhere. All right, good. Good. So I've got the systems that I want. Oh, I need to pull one out of this local box. So copy root SCC sessions that. Man, they're not making this easy for me. All right. All right. All right, so now I got all the things I need. I mean, the kitchen staff autocorrect is a job skill at this point. Yeah, fair enough, Velas. You know, I actually like check things 3 or 4 times now before I send anything. I just thought it was funny to send that to my wife because I didn't think that she would, like... I'm not going to say she messed up the order because I'm the one that told her what to do. It's just, it's kind of funny that she didn't know. Like, she forgets things, like, I forget all kinds of things that she tells me, but she forgets, like, full-on conversations and jokes that we have. And I'm like, this is strange. I don't forget jokes. I do forget what she told me we're doing, like, that night or whatever. 80 Quartz said, I'm sorry if this sounds super nudish, but learning about hard soft links and inodes were brought up, and I can't seem to wrap my head around inodes. 80 Quartz, were you ever in, hold on a second. Were you ever in a library when you were a kid? So, leave that running over there. So, let's go jump. We'll clear that off. So, let's go jump over to inodes. Remember, an index number is part of delete one links. You can still find it if it's hard linked with file number. Yeah, so 80 Quartz, let me show you this. So, let's go into one of my servers that, let's just go over to like Rocky, I don't know, 10. Rocky 10's some node that we're not really doing anything in. And I'm going to do a df-h, and then I'm going to do a df-i. And I'm going to show you that we have some different file systems here that are mounted via NFS. And we've got some file systems that are mounted locally via tempfs. But suffice it to say, like, the root of this system is not the same as like over here in opt, right? And the inodes are different as well. But let me just back up a second and tell you that there's 2 basic things that you need to know that can fill up on a file system, right? They are the size of the storage. So in this case, I've used 2 gigs and I have 6.1 gigs available. This is like the shelf space of a library. How many books can I put out there? But these inodes, they are much more like the card catalog. But the card catalog doesn't really exist anymore, but back in the day it was like this place that had all the memory locations, all the places that I could point to stuff out on those shelves, right? So real quick, what I want to show you is the inodes, just think about it like this. The inodes for this library are different than the inodes for this library. Does that make sense? Like, if you were standing in this library, and this was in Phoenix, Arizona, this library, and it pointed you to this library over here in like Washington, D.C., you could very quickly understand that you can't physically get over there from Phoenix, Arizona to get that book off the shelf. So even if you had a way to get over there, you're even if you knew where it was, you can't get over there. So that's how hard links work. Hard links use up inodes. Soft links can point somewhere, and they can traverse these boundaries. Hard links cannot traverse the boundaries. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm going to cd in this box to like root. I'm going to do a df-h dot, and I'm going to see that I'm in this tempfs directory right here. Okay. And I'm going to just touch some file. Right. And now I do an ls-l on some file, and I see that it is, you know, some set of permissions were assigned via the access control lists and things that I have set in what we call our not our ulimit, but our what the heck's that thing called? We can set these to change based on defaults. I forget what that's called right off. We can go find it. But right here this is the number of hard links to this file. So I'm going to make another file. I'm going to link with a hard link to from some file to like some file 2, right? And then when I do an ls-l on some file, I'm going to see that there's 2 hard links into that some file, right? So it makes sense that I can do that because it's in the same location. They're both, whoops, df-h dot and ls right here. Some file and some file 2 are both in this same location. But now I'm going to try to link to some file 2 or some file 3, let's say. And I'm going to try to do that over in /opt, which is I'm going to hard link to a different library across the country. It's not the library that I'm in anymore, if you want to think of file systems like libraries. And this is going to break all over the place because it goes, that doesn't make any sense. How are you going to put a link in here that says to go somewhere else? That doesn't make any sense. This library can't address something over there. So hard links, that's why there's hard link boundaries like that. Now, could I make a soft link over there? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, I can do that. And then if I do an ls-l on some file, you will see that the number of hard links did not increment because that's not a hard link. That's a soft link over there. And could I still read that file? Yes, I can over there. However, in this case, it looks like a broken link back to some file, right? But look, it's got, whoops, it's got the full, all the permissions, and then it's denoted over here as being a soft link, right? That's the -l. So the reason I point that out to you is to show you that that's how that part works. Now, inodes are simply locations. So watch this. I have 18% usage of inodes in this system. So df-h dot, whoops, let's just make a directory for labs and then cd to labs, df-h dot real quick, and you'll see that in here, df-i dot will also show you that I've got 89,000 used inodes, right? Approximately 89,000. And I'm going to say touch file, and I'm going to say 1 to 100,000. I'm going to make 100,000 files right now on this system. Yeah, the library, the addressability is what the inodes are. They are the pointers. They are the memory location pointers to a place on a disk. They will run out. You will make them run out. So I'm going to do a df-i dot, and I predict I'm at 189,071. Whoops, what the hell's wrong with me? df-i, 189,071. You see that? All I did was add 100,009. But did I make any more space? No, I didn't use any more space. There's a bunch of empty files that are sitting on nothing as far as space goes out in the shelves of the library. But the pointers to point to that memory location, I've used a bunch more of them up. We're at 38% used instead of 25%. So yeah, that's the difference between like an inode and then but the question about a hard and a soft link deals with whether or not you can reach across a boundary. Hard links can never leave the file system they're in. It's like trying to go somewhere in a library and you're pointing to like outside, and the library is like, I can't point to outside. I don't. That's not part of me. It's that same kind of idea. So hopefully that makes sense for you, AD Quartz. That's the best explanation I can get because that's about as deep as I go. But yeah, you'll run into all different ways of handling these in different file systems in your career. So all right. That's me talking a lot, but let me go jump on my other box real quick, make sure it doesn't log me out. All right, what do I want to do? I want to remove some of these old ones, but I really just want to bring these other ones back. So let me do exit out of here. Oops, pwd ls, just so I have these. I'm going to pull the ones that I want back. Let me open up this. Yeah, hopefully that works. Yeah. And then stick around, AD, because that's all we do around here is do Linux. So hopefully that's, good stuff for you. Yeah, Velis, I like the way you put it. Hard links are file system specific and always point to data within the domain of the file system. Soft links, symlinks can point anywhere, even if the endpoint data doesn't exist. Yep, your shell does follow them blindly. That's true. Inodes are the data. Yep. Where'd that thing go? Did I leave that just locked there? Hold on. I'll pull this back up and go. I want to be on this other window so that we can watch this other scan happen. The scan is still happening over here in this other window, so I'm going to leave it on that one as I go and pull information out of these other servers to bring them back. So Got to think real quick. Where am I at here? Let's CD. CD to STIGs. Make dir reports. And then CD to reports. And then I'm on SCP. Alright. Gotta do some quick thinking here. So SCP root at root 0.0.230, and then I want to pull back root STIGs reports. I'm just gonna grab everything to here. Good. And then in this system, I'm gonna rm -rf that. And then I'm going to remove that. So I have my earliest of that checklist, and then I have my most recent of that checklist. Good. That's what I need. That's exactly what I need. So for you guys, where's this other thing real quick? Hold on a second. Pull this thing back up so you guys can see my STIG viewer. If I pull the STIG viewer back up, uh-oh, that is not what I wanted to show you. There we go. All right, there's my STIG viewer. And what I can do then, what I'm going to do in my home lab here is I'm going to, not in my home lab, but this is for work, I'm going to remove all the filters, and I'm going to be back on this system to all 367 down at the bottom here. All 367 STIGs that I have to fix for this environment. But I have two checklists. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a checklist from the marked STIGs, this new checklist. And then I'm going to pull these two checklists down into my environment. And then I'm going to import the data. So let me make a new checklist from the marked STIGs. Okay, so now I have two checklists that are both going to be just, these are just raw empty checklists here. You can see me flipping between them. And then I'm going to pull in the data from these two scans that I have. So I need a second to do that because I got to go pull them off of this other system. So that'll be fun real quick. Let me go doing all the Linux. That's what I'm doing over here. Where are we at here? Oh, wow. This command prompt is jacked. I'm going to just do a new command prompt. That's too much of a mess. Too much of a mess with whatever that thing was doing. All right. Where are we at over here? I'm going to go pull something else up to reference all my stuff. All right. Here we go. All right. I'm going to SCP from my company at some server. And I'm going to pull that back from root STIGs reports anything.ckl to here. And then I just need to remember the password, which is here. I hope I can do this right. Root STIGs. Oh, shoot, I named that wrong. Home. There we go. That'll pull them all down. All right, so now I've pulled them down. I'm going to go back to the system, and I'm actually going to import now in my system checklist data, and I'm going to do it from the most recent system that I've pulled. Wait a minute. Why do I only see one there? That's weird. That's super weird. And I'm going to go over to the STIGs on this one, And this one immediately is at, oh, I don't know why that says 32.97. That's real bad. Oh wow. This should be rel 8. Oh. That is fantastically bad. That's fine. That's not a finding yet. Alright. So we're going to move this up. Move this up. So you guys can see that moving up. And then I got to figure out why this other one didn't show up. So this checklist was for L4, and then this one we're going to import from checklist data. And huh. Oh shoot, I just threw those. Oh damn it. I just threw those in my generic user info, so that's my problem. That's my fault. I need to better control where I put crap in my system. That was my fault. Okay, so there's my two checklists. And then this one, I'm going to close that down and just look at the STIG data. And this one should be, this one's at 6702, which is still much better. I don't know why those other things, why it said that these were so bad. So now I gotta go. I'm gonna actually have to break these down and look at the actual system. So you guys can see the general STIG stuff here. Important things to note on STIGs that'll really get you if you're doing STIG work for the government is they love to just publish new ones. So do you see how mine are 30th of January 2025? And over here, this one is 30th of January 2025. That is a very new STIG. That is a very new one. They're probably not going to publish a new one until maybe June or so. So I have a good amount of time kind of right now to, if I'm doing these and working through them, I have a good amount of time to kind of work these off in the system. It's just, man, that's a fantastically bad score compared to what I thought that we were at. Because I had one of these at 90 and the other one I had at 87. And this is showing up here as 32. So that's really not, that's not good. I need to... Oh, this is not what I want. Crypto FIPS. So now this is where the fun comes. If you guys have never done this stuff, this is where the fun comes. You've got to go in and you've got to answer every single one of these. On the plus side, all these green ones, these not a findings, you basically get to ignore. So all the not a finding is not a big deal, but something like this, where it must not allow any of this, and you must go look for nulloc to be in the etc pam.d system auth. I have to go check that now on the system, right, on whatever system I'm checking this for, and make sure that it's properly fitting. Also, I'm gonna move that down a little bit just so it's behind there. Okay, good. So this is what this is what I do. This is kind of the life of a systems engineer when you have to lock things up and adhere to certain standards within your systems. Gotta make sure my audit daemon is on. Oh man, there's a lot of, I got a lot of, this is so many more findings than I was hoping to get out of that STIG viewer. And it's funny because again, that thing said that I was at like 87%. So then as soon as I got out of there though, this thing's showing only 32.97. That's brutally low. Oh, not good. Not good at all. This one is much higher, 6702, but I suspect this is my lockdown hardened box. Actually, I can check over here. Yeah. That's my more lockdown box. So that's what we got now, guys. This is the security stuff that I end up doing. I'm kind of hanging out over here. I really, as I start looking at this, I really don't want to do this right now. Oh man. So by the way, what's that?
I said it's a lot to check over.
This is a lot.
You said, yeah.
This is a whole lot. Yeah, and by the way, with Cat 1s here, you can never leave a Cat 1 unanswered. So like a category 1, you will immediately get kicked off. You'll never get on the network. Cat 2s and 3s, as long as they don't accumulate too much, are not a problem. But by the way, there's when I say you can't, you have to answer it, but it doesn't have to be like this one says that crypto FIPS must be enabled. Well, we're gonna have exception for FIPS on internal compute nodes, right? So I'll look for my exception for that. And then that will either become not a finding depending on what they want me to do, or it'll be, it'll remain open, but then it won't really count against our score. This next one has, you have to, graphical user interface. Well, so graphical user interface, GUI, is not used on compute nodes in this cluster.
I see what you're saying.
And then I can watch this. So watch this. This is actually fun. This is one of the fun things about this is see how we have 32.97. I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to say not a finding, and it's going to jump to 33.24 because it's no longer open. So this is one of the fun things about it is knocking them off. This is the same answer. So this is the same. Where'd that go? Where'd that one go? GUI is not used on the compute node. So I'm going to say this same thing for this one. If you have Control-Alt-Delete sequence must be disabled if graphical user interface is installed. GUI is not used on this system, right? So I can then close that as not a finding, and now we jump up to 33.51. So it's going to jump up slowly. We're going to have an exception for that, but I'm going to leave that open for now and see how they want to deal with that. This one here, local file system disks are not used in stateless cluster, right? So we don't use local file system disks in here, so we can go ahead and call that not a finding. And then this one is rel is configured. You can't do Control-Alt-Delete. I can go check that one on my system and see. So let me go real quick back in there. And then I'm going to, where am I at here? SSH into and systemctl. And it says here, so for this server, which I'm going to leave, well, for the server right here, I can say that it is target dead, inactive, and masked, which is what they say they want, masked. So I can say that this is not a finding, right? Because it's in our values there, we see that it is masked. So I can say not a finding. And then, I pulled that directly off that system. And then now I have to go do that same thing. I have to grep-i for null OK in etcpam.d system auth. So I can say right here, right, and I'll drop that as the name of the server, and then I can right click and say not a finding, because it was not found. There was no output for null OK. So if you find null OK, meaning you're allowed to not have a password according to the pluggable authentication modules, this becomes a finding, and we can't have that. So right with that, we jumped up to 34.33, so that's pretty good. Now I like to look at them like this and just do them all at once in a row. But some people like to do all the cat 1s first and then all the cat 2s first. I just prefer to look at them as overall totals. And then do this. This is the same answer as that other one with the GUI. So sometimes I'll grab the answers and the ones that I have done that I know. Where the hell did that one go? And then I'll just keep answering these as I go here. So GUI is not used, and that means that we don't need to have the standard mandatory Department of Defense notice and consent banner before logging into the systems via the graphical user login, because we're not using that, so it's not a finding. This one is the same for command line user login, and I will actually set that. They want this value to be set in the sum page, and I can just say this is active and set in the system. So the check value is right here. Edit the issue file to say this right here. Right? This is what you got to put on government systems right here. Right? You are accessing a government system, and what I would do in my cluster is I actually have to put that into the could I exit out of there? I actually have to put that into my werewolf cluster node. So let me go grab that real quick. Oh, it is there. All right, it's already there. False exit. This is pattern found. This is not an issue. Right, so that is there, and that's the issue. Boom. I found it's actually in there, so. Must configure so all network connections associated with SSH traffic terminate after becoming unresponsive. I actually know this is true, but because I've been kicked out of this damn thing. This one is. I'm gonna jump back into that box. Cat etc ssh sshd config, and then grep for client. And in our case, it's actually got two different things in there. I think I need to check my notes because I have a set of things that are allowed to be passed. They're kind of like exceptions that we ask for, and I need to go grab those and make sure that I have those in the system the way that I expect. Yeah, look at this, cryptographic ciphers. Now these ciphers, these policies, are required if you're using FIPS, and we don't typically use FIPS internally, but we do use FIPS for anything that connects into a high-performance compute cluster. So typically I get a FIPS exception on any of my compute nodes internally. So this would be one of the ones that I would put down my HPC exception for, which I need to go grab that real quick. So let me go see if I can find that real quick. What the heck's the name of that? And then it has, oops. This thing requires a attachment, yep. Oh. Shit, I gotta find where this thing is. STIG does give you suggestions. I can sometimes work around the suggestions though. The problem with some of these is if they are gonna if they're gonna dramatically affect the compute cluster, then a lot of times we can get not necessarily an exception, but let me see if I can just find this way in my email. I'm trying to find this value. I have this list somewhere. I don't know exactly where I have it though. Let's see. So much extra work to do, guys. Just so much work everywhere. What would I call it? HPCMP. Just looking through stuff. It's like, it's actually kind of funny. Oh wow, that was the early way I tried to do it. Yeah, without the STIG viewer, it's a hassle to do STIGs, guys. I'm gonna go back to where I was. Try to find. So, I'm going to put this in my documentation. All right. Update. So I got my STIGs as an exception on my other screen, the things that I'm allowed to, or that I will request as my STIG exceptions in here. And then those are ones that I can knock off and bring this score up. I just can't believe how freaking low this is. My systems were 90 and 87 in my original SCC scan tool. And then when I pulled their checklists out and dumped them in here, they immediately dropped to like 47 and 34. And I'm just like, this is like a kick in the pants, man. Because now these are all things that I have to either go answer for or fix, and that's a dramatically low score. That's bad. That's a bad score right there. Also, guys, I just got a. Does everybody here know what a common access card is? I just got this common access card. It's hold on real quick. I can go put this in studio mode real quick. Streaming. Let me pull these guys up real quick. Not working too hard. Pull that up real quick. It's my camera. If you guys have never seen like a common access card, they kind of look like. I'll just cover part of this real quick, and then where's that at there? There. And then I'll transition over here real quick so you guys can see that. That's like a little common access card, and it's got the little CAC card at the bottom with the PKI certificates and stuff on it, and it can be read from a little common access card reader. So I have a little common access card reader that I just got. They're like $13 on Amazon. They're pretty cheap, but they allow you to scan in and connect into different government sites. And I didn't have one because I hadn't been working with NOAA for a while, but now I'm back working with NOAA on a project, so I will be, using that again. So, anyways, that was a little thing. If you guys haven't seen that before, I posted it up on It was on Twitch. All right, so Twitch and YouTube side of things. Guess people down in the Discord with me don't get to see anything, but that's okay. Developer, you're back. I thought you dropped for a bit there.
I did.
Good, good. You get your stuff all working?
Yep.
Good. I am, all right, so now this one's, oh, this one says 6702 because I'm in there. 6702 is not terrible, but I got a lot to work through. This one's gonna be, but that 34, that is just a kick in the nuts, man. I can't believe how bad these are. Plus, I'm 100% sure I fixed a bunch of these. I'm gonna go check this one real quick. So on that server, I'm gonna go say etc system sysctl.d, and then those are all set. So then if I do an RPM, sysctl-a, and then say grep-i for IPv6, and then grep for accept RA, I should see accept underscore RA is equal to 0. So that's weird that this failed. Oh, I'm gonna have to go manually check so damn many of these guys. Oh gosh, this is what I'm doing tomorrow. If anybody's wondering, this is what I'm gonna be sitting around doing, is these damn STIGs right here. So some of you guys might say, "Oh,
Sounds like a wonderful day."
everybody thinks they want to do security until it's time to pull up your pants and do security." Because I'm telling you, this is a hassle, man. And I only have 2 servers to do right here because I built one's the head node, that one's the more stigged here, and then I have all these ones as werewolf images. But here's the thing, gosh, man, sometimes I have all the way across this server here, like all the way across my checklist, and I'm doing this on like 15 different STIG checklists sometimes. It's a nightmare, guys. Like like security sounds super fun, but some security stuff really sucks. By the way, what I was checking for people that want to see is I was checking like this right here. So let's see on this one here. I would want to know the kernel perf event. So I would say sysctl, sysctl-a, grep. There's a whole bunch of them. Paranoid. Let's say in this case. And in this case, this Rocky 10 box is already set correctly for this value, even though this is a Rocky right, this is just a Rocky 9 5 box, and this is against a Rel 8 benchmark, but in Rel 9 this is already set. So this isn't even set as a kernel check anymore in Rel 9, I don't think. But in Rel 8 it still is, you know, because it's not always set. Oh, wonderful times. Wonderful times. Oh, you guys couldn't see anything I was typing there because my damn STIG viewer was in the way. Hold on. STIG viewer should be smaller than that. Hold on. Let's take away studio mode. And I can just make this small. You guys couldn't see anything I was doing there. But right there you see the eBPF is smaller. Not eBPF, but paranoid settings. And you could always do, man, there's a whole bunch of these, right? Like a whole bunch of these that you can configure if you want to affect the way your system behaves in all kinds of ways. Look at all those IPv4 and IPv6 ones. So there you go. Enzo's back. We're just hanging out. Good. We're just hanging out doing doing Linux, and since the wife left for a little bit to go watch Matilda, she was like, "You can come," and I'm like, "No, no, you girls just have fun." She's like, "They have tickets," and I'm like, "I'm sure they do." Such a dickhead. Oh, you mean the community theater play of Matilda didn't sell out? She'd be like, "I don't want you to go," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I know." I'm such a jerk. Nah, I'm just kidding. The wife's pretty alright. She's pretty alright.
think you would probably like wreck all the show, like start screaming during the show, kind of ruin the whole thing.
I'll laugh during the show for sure, but at inappropriate times. But no, it's okay. I'm pretty good. She can dress me up and take me out, and I'll behave most of the time. So she's okay. She's got me under control, I think, for most part. All right. I'm gonna put this thing away for now. We don't need any more of those STIGs for now. We'll go back to hanging out and watching the other stuff we were doing. STIG viewer out of the way. There you go. Get out of there. And we'll go back to watching Ranger. What's Ranger doing? Look at that dog. He is laying around like he doesn't have a care in the world. He's like, I guarded this whole place today. He's like, what'd you do, Scott? And I'm like, well, I just basically held the house down. How's it going? Shalakadam999 over on Twitch. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. Oh, and you did the follow like an hour ago, so I missed it. I've been head down, guys. I've been working. Some of you guys saw we got the Excalidraw updated. We got more people, and we got more lab stuff set up for this week. So we're getting ready for the new Linux course that's coming up. So it should be good. I think people will be having a good time. If they don't have a good time, hopefully they'll at least learn something. I mean, I want people to enjoy it, but they don't have to enjoy it. They have to learn something. Because then that's what's valuable, right? Like, because the company doesn't care if you enjoyed the course. The company cares that you can keep their Linux servers running, right? That's all they care about. Uptime, making money. All right.
Hey, if a system is down, who do you bring it back up? The CEO of the company or the customer that paid the most amount of money?
So, I mean, for me, thankfully, being a Linux guy, I don't ever have to worry about anything like on that side of things. For me, I will just keep the servers up as best I can, regardless of who's, paying. For me, it's just about keeping all the servers up. But what I was thinking you were going to ask was like, how do we get a server back up? Like if I tried to get into this Rocky 10 box and he happened to not come up, like I was thinking you were saying like, what do I go do? And what I was going to tell you is if I can't get to a box, via ping or via that SSH, the first thing I'm going to do is ping it to see if it's available, because now I have one of two problems. If I can't SSH directly into a server, I've got one of two problems. Either the server is down hard, which ping will show me. My server happens to be up. But if I can't get in it, then there's probably some kind of resource that's constrained, like maybe too many users have logged on, something's choking. And then now what I have to do is, instead of going in remotely over SSH and sharing connection with all the other servers and things that might be trying to connect, now I have to do something drastic like jump in via a console or a secondary port that we have configured. So for me, I think I have, let me see if I have the ability to pull this up. Oh, I do have an ability. Hold on, give me a second. XCPNG, turn it on. And it's behind everything, so I think I gotta move it up higher. Give me a second here. Oh, I need to move it in front of that even. There we go. Yeah. So then if you guys have seen this before, this is like my XCPNG. And then now I have to jump in here and figure out why the server is down. In this case, Rocky 10. I go over here. I jump into the console of the server. And maybe at this point, I can log in as the root user if I know what the root user is. I don't know if I know the root user in my environment. Oh, there we are. Okay. Okay. And then I start looking for the same things all the time. Uptime, who am I? Last, pipe it through more to see who's logged in, see what they've done. Yeah, consoling in is kind of the skill of being able to get into a server through a separate channel. Sometimes we leave other separate channels open, but like if a system has booted and had not come up to where at least the network's on, well, we would know that because it wouldn't respond to ping. But I'm saying then we have to go to the console and start doing like hardware level work sometimes to get the system up. Sometimes we have to go get hands in the data center. Sometimes, like I had 2 physical servers in this cluster that I'm working on that you guys were just looking at the STIGs for. User bin, see what they done. Yeah. I tell you guys, I've been called out no less than 10 times in my life. Where I've been called out thousands of times in my life, but I've been called out no less than 10 times in my life as an engineer, where the team is on the call already, and if I could see them, I would be sure that they had their hat in their hand and they were ringing it, and they were going like this, and they'd be like, we weren't on the server, and I go look at the last log, and they were all logged on it, like all 10 of them, and I'm like, what the hell were all 10 of you doing at 1 a.m. on the server? And they're like, we definitely weren't doing a change if that's what you mean. And I'd be like, oh, God, at least 10 times in my life that has happened where I have to go like, guys, you were all on the server. What is going on here? And then they're like, well, we were doing an unauthorized change. And you're like, oh. And then, like, you know, the bridge call is there and, like, all these people and then the managers that got woken up. And all of a sudden you start just hearing, like, people are going to be, like, typing up their resume and stuff.
That's funny.
I just got asked if I'm a 9600 baud guy. I used to do 9600 baud to Cisco devices when I first started, but in data centers now, I am a 115,200 baud. So the new baud is all this now, right? That's what it is now. But back in the day, yeah. But back in the day, it was 9600 everywhere. In fact, a few months ago, I tried to connect to a server. And when I pulled my PuTTY up, I actually did put into PuTTY for the console link 9600 baud, and it didn't connect. And I was like, why is this not connecting? And I went, oh yeah, it's that new big number 115200. Yep, Marion. So yeah, that's not too personal. I mean, I was around back then though when we used to have to connect that way. I actually passed my CCNA on my first try in 2002. So I was just an infantry guy with a rifle back then, and I was running around, but I could program the shit out of a router or switch. That was my before I got out of the Army. Went and got my CCNA. I went to college and got my CCNA, and they were like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Well, there we go."
That's what I hopefully will be doing next month, configuring switches and routers
Nice.
for our data center.
You gonna do that? Oh, you're doing it professionally. All right.
Yeah. With all the data centers being
because
they are
you were
hiring.
I remember this, Enzo. You were saying like it's like 17 positions and there were 20 of you there, right? Trying for it.
Yeah, I've been telling the people here in the Discord that, you know, if they're kind of in a career that's not in tech,
Yeah.
Go look for some data centers job. They have so many now.
There's a lot of
by my area too in DC.
there's a lot out here in Phoenix too. Yep.
Yeah, there's in Mesa, I think, in Arizona. There's these like hotspots.
I have so one of the good things about Arizona that people don't think of, well, Phoenix specifically, we do not have any natural disasters out here, guys. We've got wind that gets up around 90 miles an hour and blows some dust every now and then. I assure you that very rarely takes any power lines down. Velas, you got the CCNA in high school. Nice. Did you actually take the test or did you just go study? Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, I've been teaching CCNA for the last 16 years now in college. So like, I don't have a CCNA anymore, but I could walk on that test right now. Like if we just started reviewing it, I'd be like, there's nothing here that I haven't done in the last few months in an actual device. So, and I do. So I'm an HPC engineer, so I'm the guy that my boss always makes do all the switch work and all the router work. So like I also do set those up sometimes. So. James Lynch, what's a mini corn? I've heard that term before. Why am I? I'm not sure what a mini corn is. I probably forgot whatever I was talking about earlier too, though. Oh yeah, Hayes. Let me tell you, Hayes. I've had my AC on for the last 3 weeks in Phoenix, so yeah, we do definitely have the sun. That's for sure. How would you get a data center in AZ? Zeno Ches, it depends where you're at. I mean, if you're in the Phoenix area, there's some good data center stuff out here. I'd go on dice.com and just look for data center. Data center or hardware engineer sometimes, DC engineer or hardware engineer, or just put in data center. You'll find a lot of.
I actually have a resource for that if you want to share with them. It's
Yeah.
Basically called Data Center Map. This was actually what I was doing to find this job.
I'm gonna put it right here.
Yeah, I just open up the website and then you can put in what state you're in. I think he also has some other countries.
Yeah.
And then he shows you where the data centers are. And if you click on it, it shows the name of the company. And then you can put it on Google and find the website for the company. And then you go on careers.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
You're going to find a lot of jobs opportunity for that. Because sometimes they don't post it on those DICE. You know, sometimes they need a person. I think I got 2 interviews where I emailed the HR team. They were like, wow, thank you for emailing your resume. I'm passing to the team. And then later on I got a call. So
Hey.
you have to do a little digging, but it's there.
What did I lose? Oh, I lost one of my other windows. Okay. We're good. I still got you guys though, right? I don't think I lost any of you guys.
Totally didn't lose any of us.
Okay, good. I just got this console I got kicked over.
Oh, in Phoenix, there's like 100 databases or data centers in there. You guys got a lot.
Yeah, Hayes, you can share whatever you want in Discord. Sorry, people are talking to me on the other channel, so or in the chat. Taking holes. Enzo Bear, I did link that, the data center map.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. I linked that. It should be up just a little bit in the chat.
Cool.
Yeah, I linked that. Yeah, so shoot, the wife should be getting done with Matilda soon. So, that's fun. And I told you guys earlier, we finished, well, we're all caught up on solo leveling for where the show is. So, that's good. New ones come out every Saturday, in case you guys don't know.
You got me hooked up on that. I started watching last week.
Oh, it's fun. Are you all caught up?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I watched one entire series in 1 week.
Wait, but did you watch today?
No, not yet.
Oh, go watch today's. It's good. We'll talk about it later. Not on stream though, because we'll spoil it for people that didn't watch it yet. But it was good. It was fun, man.
It's only worth it. The first episode was a little slow. It was like, okay, I don't know, but you know, if you vouched for it, let me keep watching it. So I watched the second episode and was like, yeah, this is actually good.
Yep. Yeah, they did a good job with it, and it goes some fun places. So they do good work. I've been enjoying it. Oh, we were talking about Grafana earlier for people that are keeping an eye on stream over there. Talk about Grafana. Oh, I have this thing. I have this habit of I keep putting this thing in the way of all the other stuff that's going on. So maybe I'll close that down. Maybe I'll get rid of the XCPNG again. We don't need to look at that for right now. But yeah, while we're sitting here chatting, I just have this stuff up there in the other window so people can see what's going on. Also, I've been letting you guys know that there's a free book. The dudes have been putting a free book together for everybody. That's right here. I'll drop this link on the or on the Twitch for everybody, and on the YouTube. Oh, James, actually, she used that quote on me right before she left. I'm big, you're small. I'm smart, you're dumb. Or whatever that line is that Danny DeVito did in the movie. I swear I've seen Matilda long ago, but I don't think I remember anything of it. Except I know there's like a bratty little girl that pisses everybody
I
off.
hardly remember it as well.
Yeah, like who? I mean, I wanted to tell my wife, like, we have bratty little nieces in my family all over the place. Why do I need to go watch a play about it? But nah, just kidding. The kids are good. We got pretty good little family. We got a big family though. We got a lot of nieces and nephews. I think we're up to like 24 now, nieces and nephews. So it's a lot. A lot of. It's funny when you have a calendar for me and my brothers. Actually, we have a spreadsheet on Google where everybody's birthdays, all the marriages, all the wife's names, all the social security numbers, any of that kind of stuff. If you need it. I don't think socials are on there now that I think about it, but we do have all the birthdays and all of the ages and when anniversaries are and stuff. Oh, we do have addresses on there too. Yeah. So now that I think about it, socials aren't on there, but yeah, other stuff's on there. So, in case you need to get a hold of anybody in the family, you know how to do it. And I think all the kids that are over like 15, we have all the phone numbers on there too. So, just in case you need to get a hold of them. Robodom's here. Robodom, we're down in the Discord too if you want to come hang out with us. Guys are asking questions, and we're just hanging out, not working too hard. I'm co-working in a different window, so I'm kind of just keeping everything going. Are you off work, Robodom? Got back from the gym. Where were you working today? I've been wrestling 5 days a week, so I've been taking my weekends off. I still go walk with the wife every night for the most part, but I've been wrestling every morning with all the damn youngins. It's all like police and fire, and they're all like in really good shape. I'm just like wrestling them all, and it's very tiring. So I say wrestling, but it's really Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's just I say wrestling so people don't think it's karate. And that'll make your whole body sore. You don't even have to lift any weights since you're moving around so much. Yeah, Robodom, I remember like 2 years ago when you were going all the time. You guys had like that whole channel in the Discord. He said it lets him know how unfit he is. Yeah. That'll do it. Took a break from lifting. Yeah. I have a rowing machine. I don't row nearly as much as I should, but that's like my if I'm not walking with the wife, I'm doing rowing. 'Cause it's just such a good workout,
I had a dumbbell routine, a couple months ago, but I should get back on it.
Keeps you somewhat healthy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the walking is the best exercise.
Yep.
One of.
Yeah, we just go walk and hang out. We got a pretty good little neighborhood to walk around in. A whole bunch of cul-de-sacs and stuff, and like walking paths. We got a couple lakes by us, which would be like lakes in Phoenix. Yeah, there's lakes. Got some nice looking ones hanging out.
Do they have water on them though?
Yeah, they got ducks too, and the wife gets so mad at me because I'm like, look at all those free ducks. I can just take a duck. Nobody's gonna stop me from taking a duck. And she's like, you're not taking a duck. And I'm like, if you come home and there's a duck stew, you better not be mad at me. And then she'll be like, no, you can't take the ducks. And then I'll be like, well, you basically told me to. And she's like, I never told you to touch the ducks. And I'm like, well, obviously we're having communication problems. But no, let me emphasize here. We very clearly does the wife tell me not to take the ducks, but I do not listen. I do not listen to her. Because, like, the ducks are free, man. Like, nobody owns the ducks. So, I think it's amusing. She doesn't think I'm nearly as amusing as I do.
During the meeting today, I accidentally spilled some water on my keyboard, and now some of the RGBs are on and some of them are off. I think my keyboard may be
Gone?
time to switch it. Yeah, I mean, it's working. It's just some weird lights turning on and off. Let me see if I can share the photo here.
Yeah, put the photo in chat. We'll pull it up. Did you guys see that or you guys have heard the last few months like I've had a new keyboard, right? I know some of you guys noticed. I've been my keyboard's real clacky now. I bought myself a mechanical keyboard a while back.
Oh, nice. You know the switches?
I did, you know, they're red switches from what I read, but I didn't look, guys. I went like real, like, kind of lower end, probably only about a $40 keyboard. This wasn't like a high end keyboard by any stretch. Hold on, can I pull this out? Oh yeah, those are stuck on now.
Yeah, they're just on. Some random like keys on my keyboard, they're on from the water.
I think I can open the. Hold on, I can open this and put it over here, and I think it'll pop up. Did that pop up down there for you guys? Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's his image down there. So, oh yeah. They're just randomly on now.
Perfect.
This is life now. This is it. Yeah, before this keyboard, I had like a little $12 one or something, and I had wore off the J and the F. You know how you kind of use that to adjust your fingers, and I wasn't able to type well. That one actually looks a lot like mine, Enzo. The one you got, my old one. That looks like my old one. My new one's all kinds of colors, and my wife thinks it's pretty, so I'm like, that's funny. I told her I didn't get it because she would think it was pretty, but she's got a $130 keyboard with it's all purple, so. But she works on her keyboard all day too, just like I do. So.
I mean, I know some people go way overboard with keyboards.
Oh yeah, if you guys ever hang out in Midnight Simon's channel, he used to build keyboards on stream sometimes. Because they, I mean, they do type racer challenges. Like those guys will race to see who can type the fastest and all that stuff. And I'm like, that's pretty cool, but it's, yeah, it's not for me to sit around and build keyboards, you know. It's fun. I mean, it's fun to watch. I don't necessarily want to do it for myself. Rodom, you spilled a protein shake on your keyboard? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, Chinga, was he was working on one the other day again too? Guys, I've followed Midnight Simon since like early 2020. Like when he first started streaming, I was on there hanging out, and he was like looking for work, and he's like, yeah, I just quit doing whatever I was doing and decided to get ready for Fang, and he got into Fang. Like he actually did a really cool little, you know, he did a lot of leak code and a lot of stuff, and he got into Fang pretty big time. So it's a pretty cool little story. If you guys don't follow Midnight Simon, he's great. Robdon, I don't know if you're in, if you're okay with maybe Lincoln or doing a shout out for him. I know Robdom's there somewhere. Oh, I'm surprised he'd be soldering a board. I do remember when the kits he ordered though did require that, but I didn't know if he had built it. That was back, guys. He used to be in he was in San Francisco, and then he moved across country for his job. So moved to the big city. Which, funny enough, somebody asked me the other day. They're like, you've never been to New York? I don't know how it came up, but I was like, nope, never been. And surprisingly, maybe I have no desire to go. So I have no desire to ever see New York City. I'd probably rather see New York country before I went and saw New York City. like the country, upstate and all that stuff. That seems more interesting to me than being in that city.
Falls.
Yeah, like I'm not super interested in being around a lot of people. I'm already around a lot of people, and I already know I don't like them. So, like, I just want to work on servers.
I like the food in New York. Though.
Okay, the food. Okay, so food. I'm a big fan of food. So, I do like food.
Used to. I don't know. I've been there twice.
Yeah. The wife's been there. Like the 9/11 memorial, like, you know, I was in the Army when 9/11 happened. Funny story if you guys have never heard it. Some of you guys probably know this. The way it happened was, 9/11 happened, and then literally everybody in the Army that was a major or above thought, they just hit the World Trade Center, I'm next. So, like, basically everybody in the Army flipped out thinking that they were about to be attacked next. And you're like, look, dude, nobody cares about your job at, like, S3 running, denying people's promotion and denying people's leave. Like, nobody cares. They're not coming for you next, buddy, is my point. So it was kind of fun. It was a weird time. Like, they had us driving around with no ammo through, like, the base housing. Like, base housing was the next target or something. It was super weird. Just super weird.
I remember I worked across the street from the courthouse at the time, and I saw all the SWAT team just start patrolling.
Yeah, everybody thought they were next.
Courthouse, yeah.
It's like, no, man, it's not you next, buddy. Like, they'll go probably anywhere else first than just some major in the Army. Fucking ridiculous. Learn to love people, but food's the best. Yeah, Hayes. Yeah, I could probably get away with hanging out with people a little bit. Same thing with anything, right? Like, you just kind of get used to people, I guess, over time. But speaking of travel, you guys should travel out to what's it called? Travel out to California and go see Robodom later this month. He's doing Scale. Which Scale is, let me pull that up for people that don't know. Scale is the Social Linux Expo, and it's coming up. When's this one coming up? When's the next one? The schedule for the new one, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so it's pretty much the whole... Oh, is it this weekend? Oh, shoot. I thought it was the end of the month, Robodom. This is coming right up. Oh, shoot. So here's all the talks, guys. So... get out there if you're in the California area. Get out there. You're gonna miss it. Hayes, you used to go out there? That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, your first week. Yeah. Don't take any time off your first week. No. You gotta stick around. Gotta keep the job happy the first week. That's for sure. Guys, I'm playing the stupidest game ever on my phone. It's like you're some necromancer running around killing everybody. And that's pretty fun. It's a little time waster. Definitely not doing anything productive right now.
You got a Google Play from the Discord Nitro, didn't you?
Oh, I do get weird stuff like that, but no, this one was on Facebook, I think. Like, this one just popped up, and I was like, all right, I'll check it out. What is this dumb thing, It's pretty dumb. It's like Archero, or Archero, or whatever the hell that one is. But I haven't played that one in a long time. But yeah, I'm a sucker for these stupid little time waster games that I can just drop after a few minutes.
I don't know, but I only played PUBG.
PUBG?
So it makes you pretty...
How is that? I haven't, I haven't played like a... That's a first person, right?
Yeah, it's like a battle royale.
Okay. Yeah, I used to I used to play the hell out of a game that some of you are probably never gonna have heard of, but it's called Unreal. And then Unreal.
Oh yeah, Unreal Tournament. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
isn't it?
Unreal Tournament. I was back in 2003 playing Unreal Tournament 2003 back in the day. You know, long time ago.
I used to play a lot of Days of Pete, you know, like Half-Life 2.
Yep.
When I was 6 years old in Brazil, not everybody had computers at home. That was what, like 2007 or 2008. People still in Brazil didn't have computers in their house.
Yeah.
So they'll go to like LAN houses, where it's just like a building, like a business that had computers. That people go there to do printing and, you know, apply for jobs or whatever. And they have video games there. And they had like World of Warcraft and like Counter-Strike 1.6.
Yep.
And I'll go there and play Counter-Strike 1.6 with the older kids. It was like a 60-year-old kid like killing like the 12-year-old and 14-year-old. It was like a really fun time.
Yeah, that's fun.
Nice.
It was back when like you killed someone and you could scream because you knew that he was next to you in real life.
We used to do things. So I was in computers the whole time I was in the Army. You know, I was just an infantry guy, but I always had a computer in the barracks. And I would do, I would always be like making CDs for people, because we used to have CD players in our cars. So I would burn CDs for everybody. And then when I got out, we would do LAN parties. So I was going to DeVry, right, going to college. And we'd have big LAN parties. We'd all go to one place with our computers and hook them up and play against each other locally. So you could like talk shit right there directly with people. And like I was a weightlifter, and I had just gotten out of the infantry, so I was a pretty big guy. And so I'd just be in there with a bunch of nerds, you know, smoking them and then also talking trash afterwards. So, but I mean, they talk trash back to me too, so it was all good. But it was good times. And then we'd have
We
little.
had those like PC cafes. We call them PC bangs.
Yep.
And we were playing those. But this is like probably 99.
Oh yeah.
2000 around there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I remember the first time I ordered like a computer. But so, the first time I built my own computer when I was in the barracks was I didn't build it, but I mean I ordered it from Gateway. But that was like just-in-time manufacturing techniques were just coming out, where like they didn't really have the computer until you ordered it. You know, you would go in the little Gateway store and put together all the specs, and they would build a computer and send it to you. It's pretty cool. You know, it was a pretty cool little time back then. But when I got out, I started building computers for people. That was something I used to do in college. So.
That was actually my first job, building computers for people. Like they would tell me what they want, and I would buy the parts and export them, because in Brazil you wouldn't have them easy accessible. Like you wouldn't have like I don't know, like a Best Buy that you just walk in. You have to like order on their website. It was like kind of complicated.
Yeah.
So just build people's computer and stuff.
Remember Comp USA? Did you have a Comp USA by you?
No.
Yeah, it was like a big like micro center place we had over here in the East Coast, U.S.
Huh.
It was fun because when I told my friends that I built computers, my friends they asked me, "Hey, I have a laptop. Can you change the graphics card or something?" Like they're so oblivious to what I used to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
It's actually funny. I did a lot of computer service over the years with my company, and then I never cracked open laptops, though. I would stay away from laptops. I let other people do that kind of work.
I don't blame you. It's like we're working on it's like so tight and glued, and I don't know. I worked on a couple of laptops and just put SSDs in them.
Yeah.
So older laptops.
The kind of boring part of laptop is that there isn't much that you can do. A lot of their parts, it's like made by the manufacturer. Like the only thing you can change is like the hardware. Like you can add more RAM if you want to, or change the the driver. But aside from that, like there isn't much that you can do. So it's kind of boring.
Did my thing break, by the way?
As fun as
Back in the yeah, RGB, yeah. Hayes, you do easy electronic stuff. Do you do a lot of soldering, Hayes? Yeah, because you do. Hayes, I remember you were doing the same stuff as Sid Heresy, who, if you guys don't know Sid, he's one of my favorite guys to just kind of hang around with on Twitch. He just hangs around and does he does soldering and music stuff, audio stuff. So he's fun. He's also local to the Phoenix area. Me and him have to have a meetup one of these times. We had talked about it before, but. I think he raided over here the other day too. A lot of times I'll raid over to him. Lua Lang is from Brazil, I think. Cool software. What is that? I don't think I've ever played with that. What is Lua Lang? Oh, like the language.
Lua means moon in Portuguese.
Does it?
Yeah.
Do you know all the Portuguese I know is like boa, combate, paro. I know those just from jiu-jitsu matches. That's all I know. Combate, paro, boa. Boa means good, right?
There's I think a mata-leão, which is a choke.
The
It's a
lion
type of
killer,
choke.
yeah. Yep. Mata-leão, which is a rear naked choke.
Yeah.
The lion killer. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of ones that are like names. Like there's a thing De La Hiva, which is a guy's name, De La Hiva. He used to play the De La Hiva guard and the reverse De La Hiva guard, but it's Riva. My thing thinks I'm saying Hiva, but it's Riva here, but it's Hiva, you know. And then I have a friend who he just named his son Royce, but with an R. So like the wife is insisting it's Royce, and we're all like, no, his son is clearly named Royce. If you guys don't know, people hanging out online, if you don't know, in Brazil they don't do the R's or H's. So like a Royce is actually like a Hoyce, is how they say it. So if you ever wonder like, how did I never know who Hoyce Gracie was? Well, it's Royce when you look him up online, you know. Yeah. I need to get down to Brazil one of these days. Me and the wife were looking the other day. What's the really big statue that's over Rio? The big Jesus statue?
Oh, Cristo Redentor?
Yeah.
Christ.
Have you guys ever seen that you can get up in the freaking shoulders of that? That is creepy, man. Like people get all the way up in there and crawl. There's a couple of places you can crawl out on the arms. Like on the right arm, you can crawl out. I mean, I'm sure you have to be a certain weight or under, but you can crawl out and actually there's a little thing you pop up and you can pop up out of the arm. Oh gosh, Robodom, it's very terrorizing. Yeah. I've seen people do Holes Hoist. Yeah. And then the other one is guillotine is the French word, but then if you learned it from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's guillotine, right? So you'll hear me say guillotine sometimes, but it's really guillotine. That's the French word, right? But they, having that Romance language Portuguese, they do that instead. They use the Y sound for LL. So, yeah, that's interesting. Enzo, did you live there? You were born down there?
Yeah, I lived there until I was 19.
And then you came up to the States?
Yes, and it was interesting. I moved here when Trump was the president for the first time,
Oh, okay.
and he shut down the government, and I was applying for my visa. So my visa did not go through because the government was shut down.
Oh, wow.
So there was like, it was a period of uncertainty. I like to say that, like, kind of living illegally for a while. Not illegally because I was applying for the visa, but
In
government shut
limbo.
down. Yeah, you know.
Let me see if I can find this. I'm listening. I want to see if I can find this.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a trip, I can give you like a whole itinerary that you can do and like places to see and
I was told by a Brazilian that I had to stay in the north. Don't go south.
Yeah,
Guys.
the north is very beautiful. There's a lot of beaches and it's very touristic, but I think that the whole country is beautiful to visit.
Oh yeah, of course.
Can you-
Yeah, but they told me that it was like I guess the crime or something. I didn't.
There's-
I'm
There's
fine
parts that are.
anywhere I go,
There's
I
parts
think.
of crime, yeah. Look, can you guys see this freaking video though?
Oh, that's crazy.
I just linked it, but dude, you crawl up inside that statue and you're looking out like hundreds, maybe even thousands of feet over some of that ground out there. That's wild to me. Wild, wild, wild.
I get the pucker factor.
Oh yeah, I don't even know if I'd fit in some of that.
I would probably panic.
Well, I saw a video the other day of a guy crawling through the arm to get out there, and that's what would have panicked me. Because, like, I didn't have claustrophobia probably until my mid-30s, and, like, now, like, if you put me in some, like, squeezed-in tight place, I would not do well. I would not survive long, I don't think, without thrashing myself to pieces. So, this is... But to get up here, you need to know a guy who knows a guy. This is not, like, an easy place to get to. If you go... read about how people get up there. You need to. You don't have to be Catholic, but it helps to be Catholic because there's a bishop that's in charge of it. So then you have to like get a letter of recommendation and then go down there. It's an interesting little thing though. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that just because it's bright. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff. Whoops, close that down too because it's kind of bright. Scale. Make sure you guys go see Scale Expo if you're interested. If you're in the California area, I don't know why you wouldn't go do that. There's good fun stuff, you know. But Enzo, you're all settled up here now, though.
Yeah, everything's fine. Work, visa, green card.
Nice. And hopefully this job here soon, where you can go work in data centers.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting experience for me because the job is really in a small town. There's like 500 inhabitants, and the biggest town, it's in Oregon. It's Portland. It is like 3 hours away from it, so I'm going to be 3 hours from a big city. It's going to be very interesting.
Oh wow, yeah, that will be. But you know what? One of the things you've probably learned about America is it doesn't matter how rural it is; it's got a Walmart somewhere near it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Careful,
what they told me.
You might be in a food desert where you can only shop at Dollar General.
Yeah, you don't want
I
that.
actually did a whole entire project about that in my Geographical Information Systems class.
Ah,
It's
and a
insane
7-Eleven.
How they come in and then they basically wipe out all local businesses and then start jacking prices up.
Interesting.
All right, everyone, I'm out of here. Have a
Yeah.
good
Take care, man. Thanks for coming by.
Cheers.
Hey, Anderson, you posted the DIY stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah, my projects with I'm not great at electronics because I'm colorblind, but I can do some stuff with simple resistors. And I had to build a modem in college, and that was kind of cool. So I just did a analog to digital. That's what a modem is, anyways, guys. Like modulator, demodulator, right? So that was kind of a fun little thing. No, there's 7-Elevens in Phoenix. Joey Bites. They man, but I'll tell you what, guys. Like, if you've never been in a QT, QTs and Wawa are like the two best. I don't know, man. They're like QT is run like this. Look, hold on. Let me see if I can.
I'm gonna head out.
Yeah. Thanks for coming by. QTs are always clean. They're always fast, and they say hi to you when you go in. And like if there's more than two people in a line, they will all come walking up to open up all the registers to get people out of that store. Like their number one thing is that you get in and out of their stores. And that's one of my favorite things about them. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have been in a Circle K where they're just like, fuck it, you can be here all day with us. We don't care. That's how Circle K runs it. But QT, they'll get you in and out. So I actually have students that graduated and they still would rather work at QT because the benefits are so good than go into most entry-level IT jobs. And that's kind of a sad thing, really, if you think about it, because they're a really good company, but you you know, from in my mind, you want to get into tech eventually, you know. Chingle I've never been to a Buc-ee's, man. I've only ever heard the legend of Buc-ee's. I wouldn't mind getting into a Buc-ee's one of these days, but I've never been in one. I've heard all about them. But Wawas are on the East Coast pretty heavily. QTs are expanding everywhere on the West Coast. They're pretty solid. I hear good things about Buc-ee's. I hear you can like buy a shotgun and get your oil changed, and like Buc-ee's just has it's almost like a little mini mall from what I understand. Yeah. They got like everything in there. I think you could buy a boat while you're in there, or like top 2 things about a Buc-ee's.
Also, pretty sure that every store they have like a person dressed in a costume of a squirrel, which is their logo.
That's funny.
Is walking around.
Yeah, Joey Bites. QTs are like awesome. And if you're ever out of Kansas and you're near a Wawa, Wawa is just as good as a QT, if you ask me. In fact, their egg rolls are the same, because I get egg rolls here, and I was on the East Coast, and the wife and I went in the Wawa, and I had known that they were pretty good, and I was like, oh, let's try this little egg roll, see how it compares to QTs. It's the same company doing it. Even the little sauce that they have with it's the same, and I'm like, that's awesome. So. James, you said, did I hear about the North Alaska region blackout phones and internet? I didn't know that. No. That would be no good. Not if they're getting taken over. I didn't know. Is there something in North Alaska? That would be bad. Is there like a power outage up there? This is just one company. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's everything. Oh, there's a communication outage, it looks like, but maybe not a power outage. Man, I remember when I was a kid in Phoenix. Phoenix couldn't handle the electricity out here with the just the everybody having their AC on because it was still so hot even at night. And I remember blackouts when I was a kid, and then we would have to go sit outside because it was cooler outside, while it was just, you know, the blackout in like a whole neighborhood out. Because I lived in Glendale, which is not far. We were right outside of the Luke Air Force Base, probably about 8 miles. We were right at the edge of the city, and we were probably about 8 miles from where Luke Air Force Base is, right on Glendale Road. I lived right out of the front gate of Luke Air Force Base growing up, so if any of you guys know where that is, you look it up online. But funny thing is then Luke Air Force Base, everybody, you know, built their houses all the way out there, and then they complain about the jets noise, and it's like, you guys know this is like a training area. Luke Air Force Base is like a training area for like all of the F-16s in all the world. And the F-35s are out there too now, and it's like, why are you complaining? You guys literally moved out there. Like, you moved next to a base that's been there since 1938. Like, what the fuck? How are you going to be mad at them for flying jets? That base has been out there before the concept of a jet existed in the world, you know? Anyways, so it's kind of funny. They have to train. Yeah, they have to train. Actually, they build the F-35 program out there from Lockheed. I almost went to that program when I left Lockheed in 2013. I could have stayed with the company, or I could have kind of went off and done other things in my career. And I ended up leaving. I think I told some of you guys, I had a manager that basically tanked my career over there. Even though, you know, everybody that I worked with, you know, I did well, I did whatever, but I had a manager that gave me this really low rating, and it was not good. I wasn't ever going to be able to have a career over there. So I decided to just go out and do other things and, you know, badmouth him until the day I die. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, somebody asked me about him the other day. Do you remember that guy? And I'm like, yeah, I remember him. I will always remember him. Don't get mad about your weather balloons getting shot down west of Mexico. Air Force can't tell the difference. Fair enough. Built a house next. Yeah, it's funny because when I was a kid, there were two jet crashes into the fields out there. There are these cotton fields. Because surprisingly, there's a lot of cotton that grows in Arizona in the Phoenix area. cotton, citrus, both grow really well out here as long as you can irrigate and get water to it. And we used to have a lot of cotton, and I remember 2 times there were jets that crashed into the cotton fields. And now as an adult, all of those places that were cotton fields are now houses. And I'm like, well, hopefully they don't crash now because there's all houses out there. So, you know, I mean, you know, I don't try to get political, but it doesn't sound like a good idea to move next to a bunch of jets if they're training, you know. So, anyways. Robedom, are you off tomorrow or are you working tomorrow? I know you were, and you're still looking, Robodom, for IT? You're still looking for front end work or no? Are you moving into that space full time yet or no, Robodom? Looking for it all? Nice. Nice, nice. Hard with the current job market. I hear that a lot. That's why we run our Linux course. Try to just get people as ready as we can. I mean, you know, all we can do is be ready for when you get the call, and just hope you get past the interview. You know, and getting more certs. Nice. You know which one you're doing next, Robodom? Also, Robodom, I think I told you my brother went and got his. One of my brothers went and got his Python cert. I get that Python cert, like most of you probably never even heard of it, but there is a Python certification. There's a couple of them. And you just want to have a certification in case somebody wants to know if you understand Python. Now, my brother does data analytics, right? That's what he does. But he went and did that just to kind of, you know, have one other thing under his belt. He's almost done with his master's in data analytics right now, too. So he does, you know, he does all that stuff. But, yeah, that's... Oh, James says, sounds like it might take weeks to restore. Another cable was hit. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good. And then I think Robodom, I don't know if you were around, but I was talking the other day. I'm gonna restart in May. I took a little bit of a break starting in January, so I'm starting back in May on my doctorate. And I should be done probably late 2026. So, you know, mark it on your calendars. We'll do something big. If you guys don't know, the whole reason I'm getting my doctorate is because I work in academia. And in academia, people care. Everywhere else, I literally don't care. Like I don't care. Like I would have it on a resume, but other than that, it's like I don't really care that much. It's just people, you know, people care in academia. They care what's after and before your name, and you just got to play the game and do some more schooling and finish it all up. So, you're seeking web devs and DevOps person, go find a job. Yeah, Joey Bites. If you drop that down in the Discord, I'm sure people will ping on that. I talked to my buddy Jared. He was gonna post. I was gonna have him post a job in our jobs and interview discussion channel, one of these data analytics jobs that posted up. But he was like, yeah, last time I posted something in there, somebody was saying something negative within about 5 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, I know, man. That happens. Sometimes people just like to be negative. I don't remember what it was, but they were like, oh, this isn't exactly what I need. And he's like, well, then I guess it's not for you. You know, and then, I don't know. I don't remember exactly how it played out, but it was a few weeks ago.
I had a negative discourse with a person on the job interview discussions once.
Yeah.
But I think they went away.
Yeah, people come and go. But Jared's pretty positive. Jared tends to be pretty good. Yeah, I try to tell people, man, you know, we're all just, you know, people are looking for work, so, you know, gotta keep getting better at this stuff. Yeah, Robodom, it is pretty easy to be negative. That's a fair point. All right, what are we doing here? We never finished all this STIG stuff on here. For some of you guys, you remember me working on this. Dash I ch roots. Let's mess with this a little bit. We'll get a little further on this. We're gonna do that against site.yaml, and we're gonna run this against this older STIG'd environment, and let's let that run. Oops. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to play playbook. You guys stop me sometimes. Yeah, Hayes spent 1 year pushing through negativity. Absolutely, yeah. I tell people all the time, man, like, and you know, I really like the way, there's a guy I follow a lot on Twitch. Like, I hang out a lot in Running Man's channel. And I like the way that Running Man put it. Like, whenever somebody would say something negative in his channel, he's like, no. He's like, don't you dare, man. Like, you can fight anybody else, but you can't fight yourself. Like, and he would get on people. He'd be like, hey, you're not going to talk like that about yourself on my channel. And he'd get on people because, like, he's like, look, man, like, if somebody else is being negative to you, like, you can do something about that. But he's like, if you're sitting there talking down to yourself, that's just a bad spot to be, you know, like, you're not going to be able to fight that. So he's like, let's focus on the, he would always tell people to, like, focus on the more positive stuff. So this one failed at configure system accounting audit D. So we're going to look for audit D, right? And this was system accounting audit D. And it said audit D is not in facts.packages. So I have two choices. I can put that in there like this. So history grep-i exec. And I can go in there and go to this older one, right? This is the older one that we're working on right now. Yeah, I think we were working on this older one. And I can go in there and I can do a DNF -y install audit D, right? And if that doesn't work, then I can remove that, right? While we're kind of sitting here hanging out, I could remove that. But let's see if we can install audit D, and then now it'll pass those further things, and then we'll just keep working on. No match, so unable to find a match for audit D. So let's say search all for, let's just look for, yeah, audit D is fine. What is going to provide, what provides audit D? And it looks like it's audit. Oh, well, there you go. So, install audit. So there's where these are the tricks that you learn over time, right? DNF is awesome, but DNF can't do everything. Couldn't find audit D, couldn't find a search for audit D. Well, hell, what provides audit D? Oh, it's just audit. Well, how the hell was I supposed to know that? The package is called audit D, right? So anyways, there you go, guys. This is how we live our lives right here as admins and engineers. And then it says audit's already installed, so that's a problem because now the error that I got said audit D is not in Ansible facts.packages, which is, well, that's a problem because it should be. So we're going to do this other thing now. We're going to say bin false exit. So it's not going to rewrite things. We're going to go in there and we're going to say get out of here. Deleted. Whoops. Exit. Doesn't have to rebuild. Shouldn't. Oh, it doesn't have to rebuild, but we'll let it rebuild, whatever. And then we'll go in and we'll do this last little part. Yeah. So I try not to give out any kind of mental health advice in any way, but I will tell you, like, I kind of agree with him that you can't win against yourself. If you're gonna sit around and talk trash about yourself, how's anybody gonna ever be able to help you, right? You know, like, I feel like you lose that one every time. So, yeah, guys, we have a new Linux course coming up, which Robodom just linked, and I think there's a, where's the book at? The guys have been putting together a book right here. So, yeah, there's the book I think that he did. It's coming along nicely. It's got 16 weeks to it. It's free. It's just online there. You can go download it. I think you may even be able to print it to a PDF. Yeah, I think you can go and print it to a PDF if you want. Right, the whole book. Everything in there, if you wanted to do that. Friends rooting for you. Nice. I got a buddy who he does jujitsu with me, and he was a combat medic. So he and I have an interesting relationship because, I was combat infantryman. So whenever he's feeling down, I just like hand him a straw, and he's like, "What's this for?" And then I tell him it's for you to suck it up and drive on. And then we laugh about it, and then we go about our day, But like he, if he ever calls me, he's down about anything, and I'm like, do you need me to get the straw out? Do you need me to tell you about how you need to suck it up and drive on? So yeah, he and I'll go back and forth sometimes, but that's healthy. It's healthy. Just us sitting around. Let's see if the wife's texted me yet, because she should be getting out of Matilda soon. It started at 6:30, so maybe it's going late tonight. She's like, I don't know if that's the hour-and-a-half version or the 2-hour version. I'm like, well, I wouldn't know the difference, but it sounds like you guys are busy. So. All right, let's see how far this gets. Now, we're in the high configurations here right now. You guys see these highs here? The high configurations are happening right here. And then now we're going to get down. Now we're in mediums. Medium broke immediately because it said package system security must be up to date. And then it said couldn't resolve the host name for the mirror, couldn't go out and update that. So I say, you know what? In here, right, in this one, DNF update, right, I can update this myself, and then I can go to that and I can remove this STIG right here from the check. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to let that run. I'll be right back. If anybody needs me for anything, I'll be 2 minutes. All right, grabbing a couple water bottles. I was sure we'd have more people hanging out in Discord tonight, but that's our first time doing this, so we're just kind of seeing, how busy people are. Once handed a coworker silicone gel packages and said, "Do not eat." And he asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" I said, "Donate." That's pretty good. All right. We are watching a system patch, 410 different packages. This is an older system that we're bringing up to a STIG standard. STIG is our Secure Technical Implementation Guidelines, and we're just doing this in the home lab for fun. These are all the things that it wants to update, all the newer packages that are out there. And then we're going to bring our system up to we're going to try to get a higher STIG score than what you get out of the box, which is like a 40%. 40% is pretty bad. But we're trying to bring it up to, a more reasonable check here. More reasonable score.
these STIG reports because things broke, or because there are more things being added to what the requirement is, or is this somebody just put you in the server? Where do they come from?
So the STIG standards are, what happens is, server gets released. So I'm using Rel 9.5 now, Rocky 9.5, and the STIGs, you come over here, and the reason a server is not completely locked down when you first build it is because if you were to lock it down completely, nobody would use the server. It would be too locked down. So what the STIG standards say is, hey, we're going to show you all the best ways to lock down Adobe Acrobat Pro DC, whatever this is. I don't even know what this is right here that I'm moused over. But, we come over here to like Rel, right? We search for Rel. And then we get, for Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9, right here, here's the scanning tool for it. And then I could download this. I actually already have that over here. But we could scan this tool, and then it would come and it would tell us what our reports were. That's what I was doing earlier, right? And then, but doing all of the STIGs and going all the way to a hardened box isn't really feasible for a lot of people. So what I'm doing when we get past this and then I get back to doing the STIG stuff, we try to get the system as close to 100% STIG score as we can while still being a functional compute server in like a high performance compute environment. So this server right here is just the, we're just doing a container, and then that container can get applied to a server, and then we'll watch that server boot up and make sure that it works the way that we expect it to. Also, I probably should have not updated the kernel core, but it is what it is, so we should be all right. We're going to let this finish. We're going to update this kernel or this package here, and then we're going to make sure that everything boots up the way that we want it to. Yeah, look, it can't do NFS utils. It can't do some of these other ones, but that's fine. Let's watch it update and see what happens. But yeah, that's what the STIG standards are, just the best practices, and you want to get as close to them as you can, but you can't always. Like, it's a really, really good idea to have a 5-point harness in all the seats of your car. And you say, but I don't want a 5-point harness. It's too inconvenient to have to literally harness everybody in the whole vehicle in like that. And you say, okay, well, how about this as an alternative? Don't go over 85 miles an hour in your car, because the 5-point harness was really mostly there to save you if you went faster than that. If you're going less than that, you're probably not going to die from a crash. And then that would be like a trade-off of security versus like productivity in that sense. So I'm going to exit this. Why is it now read-only? The build did not happen. So see, now it went to a read-only mode. Super annoying. So this system here went to read-only. Seven, 5, 5 should be fine on root FS, and then let's just go to any of these other ones. Yeah, see how they're all 7. Okay, good. All right. So now we should be able to go back in there. Where's he at? Right there. Exec in there. And we should be able to do that. But we do need to... Oh, he's back to read-only. That's not good. var lib werewolf ch roots. Where were we at? Down in Rocky Linux. Oh, 03. There we go. There we go. All right. Why is that? Oh my God. God, you guys gotta... Oh, you guys gotta stop me. What the hell's wrong with me? You guys gotta stop me. It's too late. Too late in the day. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. There. 755. Better. Now it's not. Now it's read right again. Okay. Vi etsy yum.conf. And we need to shift GO and we need to exclude equals kernel anything. Anything kernel we need to not update on this DNF dash Y update. So let's do this without the kernel. Wait, what? That's not right. What? There's no way that's accurate. Hold on. History. Oh, it did take the update. I'm surprised with the failure and then the lock. But okay. Okay. Fine. We'll let it go. We're gonna see how it works with how it plays with the rest of the STIGs. Oh, my thing's busted. Hold on. All right. Should be back. You guys should be able to hear me talking again. Let's get rid of the STIG stuff. And let's get rid of this. All right, there we go. Let it run. All right, it's rebuilding everything. We're not ready to apply it to an image yet or to a node yet. We could, but we don't need to just yet. Okay, that's done. Dang Ansible. Time for bed. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Hayes. We're not working too hard tonight. We're just doing some server stuff. We're new server goofing. Anybody here remember that scene? Anybody here ever watched the show Reno 911? I showed that to the wife the other day, and she's always saying that now. New boot goofing. Just new boot goofing. Don't mind me. Just new boot goofing. If you're not super familiar, it's a pretty funny little scene. And those characters in that show were ridiculous. So, all right. Anyways, we're doing Linux. We're on Ansible now against a lot of stuff. Yeah, there were a lot of gems from Reno 911. That's for sure. A lot of stuff we still say. But new boot goofing was funny. All right, we're going to get out of the highs. We're going to get down into the mediums. The mediums are where we had that failure on the patching, which is fine. So I'm going to take this and watch. I'm going to go back to my bang VI, and I'm going to go / on this, and oh, it's not there. VI is no longer prelim. It's now cat 2. Oh, are they their own? Wait a minute. Huh. Oh. This is different than the other ones I was using. Oh. Yeah, because I'm using... You know what? I kind of want to not use this. What is this one here? Hey, how's it going, Klaus?
Yo, what's up? What y'all lads doing?
Yeah, we're just hanging out doing... I'm kind of working through some Ansible Stigs and Werewolf right now. I need to find 21. So we're gonna VI this, and we're gonna look for this guy. Also, if you can't see me, I'm on the Twitch. So if you're like, where's he doing this at? I'm doing it down on Twitch. We're gonna get rid of this.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but you're talking on Twitch, so. And now we're running our CH roots. I'm also on YouTube, I guess, too. This is a hangout. We're just hanging out tonight. Enzo's around somewhere. And then Robodom. I've been trying to get Robodom in here.
I'm working on the book. I'm doing some, like, fixing some typos on the book right now.
Yep.
Light work. Nothing that requires brain cells to do.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been trying to tell people about the book. Get people in there. Like, it's coming. We're still working on it, but it's coming, guys. And it's free. It's online, and that's what we're gonna run our Linux administration course through going forward. And then we're just gonna keep working on that.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. You know, try to get people doing this stuff. So.
Yeah. I learned Linux fully by myself, you know, so this stuff, you know, existing is amazing.
Yeah, I always call that learning it out in the wild. That's how I learned most of my Linux too.
Yeah.
Just being out there doing it.
Yeah.
921. We're gonna search for this one. We're removing things that don't make us happy.
So what you working on right now?
This is so I've got a node in. Oh, are you asking me or Enzo?
Both of y'all.
Oh, well, I'm just working on. I've got these nodes in my cluster that have never been hardened, so I'm just hardening them, and then I can apply this. I'm doing this against the CH root environment, and I can apply this to the servers and nodes whenever I want, without affecting anybody else. I also have to build a project, which is a little different than this, but I need to get some of the guys on that. I should have mentioned it today in their little study group, but I want to get the guys to help me build some projects for these high schoolers. They need to have some test environments to work in, and I was going to show the guys how to do it with with Ansible inside of GitHub. So
That's amazing.
yeah, I thought it'd be a fun little project.
That's cool, dude. That's really cool. What distribution? Oh, yeah.
Well, for them, yeah, it's funny you say. For them, it's going to be all RHEL, because the high school students get a RHEL system, which is really cool. Actually, I think that they get
That's
that.
amazing. Man, I wish I had this stuff in high school, man. Honestly, I've been a Linux user for like 6 years.
Yep.
Almost 7.
It's all valuable. This can be something that you can make good money in for people that want to do it.
It's a life changer.
Yeah. Are you working professionally?
No.
But you're working to get in that space?
I want to be a web developer, full stack.
Oh, full stack. That's what Robodom does front end. One of our guys who does pop in a lot, Salty Catfish, he does full stack dev. He does front, back. He's been, the whole time I've known him, he's been like a team lead in like software engineering groups and stuff. He's pretty good.
Yeah. That's cool.
We used to get him to stream too, but he doesn't stream as much anymore. He's a full stack guy. He does a lot of Python, does a lot of I think JavaScript, and all the stuff that goes around that. Pretty sure that's what he does. Yeah, Salty. That's what he does, right, Robodom? Yeah, we've been trying to get.
Salty was in the meeting today. Earlier, he showed up for a few minutes.
Yeah,
Busy guy.
Yep. He moved jobs for a while there, and yep, been busy. Oh, none of these things with Grubby is going to work. Grubby can't work in our environment because we don't have Grub installed. So that makes sense. These things should work though. Alright. So we're just going to the next problem down the line if you guys are watching. Plus Ansible makes fun, pretty colors for everybody. I'm just eliminating things that are causing errors. What is Ansible? It's just a way to connect to servers remotely, and then make them all behave the same way. It's kind of like you ever seen those guys that like they put those suits on and then they'll dance with like, and it'll be like 2 marionettes in front of them and 2 behind them, and they'll doing like the YMCA stuff, but all the systems. Yeah. It's kind of like that. You can make all the systems dance the same dance, if you want to think of it like that. What it kind of technically does, if you're watching it kind of scroll by, is in this case we're using chroot to connect to a rootfs file system on the machine and configure it like it's a live server, but it's not. In other parts of my,
That's actually cool.
yeah, this is not a live server that it's connecting to. Over here, I can jump out of here and I can go something like this, and I can hit all my servers via SSH. So this is an SSH command I'm doing right here. And this is going to hit all my servers and let me know that they're all on maybe the same version of Rocky Linux. And if any of them are on a different version of Rocky Linux, I would know pretty quickly, right? Like I'd be able to go, some of them are on, actually some of them are different. That's weird. Probably because we were playing with them earlier. But some of them have been updated to a different version of the kernel. And then over here, oh, we had another failure, so we got to go in here and go, yeah, kernel access buffer. All right. And then I'm just.
Linux on a desktop? Let me ask.
What's that?
Do you use Linux on a desktop? Let me ask.
I do not. But it's because you won't find Linux in the enterprise running as a desktop. I mean, you'll maybe find it in less than 0.5% of companies. So I don't focus on that for people. I try not to. I never get people bogged down in stuff that doesn't matter that much. Like. Somebody will come in and go, well, I do Arch Linux. And I'm like, I got no problem with that. But if somebody's like, well, I do Arch Linux, but then I want to get a job, I'll say, well, the problem there is nobody is using Arch Linux.
Yeah, it's too rolling too, you know. For a server, you need something that's stable, you know.
100%. 100%.
You know?
And that's why I tell people, like, I don't sit around and argue, like, which is the best way to do something. As long as I can get into a command prompt, I can do anything from, I could program most of my servers from my phone. I can get into my jump box from anywhere on planet Earth, right? Like I can do these things regardless of the way that I get in. Put me on a Mac, the only problem I'll have is figuring out that one button thing. But as long as I get to a command line, I can do whatever I need. So I always tell people, like, there's super important things and then there's things that aren't. So in my case, no, I do not run. I never run. It's not that I've never run. All through college, I used Ubuntu. But the problem is, man, after a while, I just go, you know what? I just want to play my games. I just want my crap to mostly work. Yeah. And you won't find... You were using Gentoo? Gentoo's good. Gentoo works.
I do. I love it, bro. It's amazing.
Yeah, I don't shit on anything people are using. I think that...
Yeah, bro. I feel like
Yeah, my systems here, I'm using Rocky, which is kind of mirroring Rel. So the Rel checks work on Rocky. So that's what I'm doing. So
That's what's up.
the reason it's so cool for everybody is like if you come into any of these labs environments that I have, you are doing the same stuff that you would do professionally, you know? You're
Yeah.
doing
Definitely, bro.
yeah. And then the cool thing about the labs too is when people jump out of them, they just wipe back to normal, you know, the same exact system all over again, waiting for the next connection. So that's how I built them. So, yep. Well, that's what we're doing. We're just hanging out tonight, not working super hard. People are down on Twitch and YouTube, just hanging out, watching things run. Enzo might be getting a new job soon, which is cool. Getting in the data center work. You know.
Yeah, and some data center job. Really excited for that.
I'm telling you, it's great work, man. Data center work, you'll learn a lot.
Oh yeah, data centers are freaking the heart of everything, my man.
Yep. One of the best things I could tell you to do too is get yourself a little Gerber, wear it on your belt. You always have like a little knife or a little multi-tool. Just always have something with you because you know you have to open boxes, you have to cut a strap or break down boxes. Just all kinds of reasons to have a knife on you in a data center, or a pair of pliers. You know, so.
Well, actually, the job that I'm getting, it's actually 3 data centers. So with Amazon, they have like 3 data centers in the same site, and they wanted me to go around the data centers and do like troubleshooting and that working.
Oh, Chinga, you asked on Twitch what I stopped using after Ubuntu. I'm on Windows. I just run Windows in my home lab. I don't like working. Sorry, that was a question on Twitch, but like I don't like having to work on my system when I get off of work. But I do, you know, I basically live at a command line all day. So I tell you guys all the time, I don't care what I'm using to get there. Oh man, this thing is just breaking down the line. I don't know if you guys are watching, but oops. I'm just getting into systems. Breaking the next fucking part. Alright. sysctl. All these sysctl kernel parameters are not gonna work, so I'm just gonna skip them all. Kernel core. This part's fine. Alright, there we go. Alright. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question on Twitch up there. Yeah, we've been mostly in meetings most of the day. There's been people on Discord hanging out.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, good stuff going on.
Yeah, honestly, to be honest, I don't remember being in a server. But I like it.
Yeah, man, this is all just Linux all day. That's pretty much all we do.
Well, that's everything I need in the world, all in one.
Yep. Some guys are working on certs. Some guys are doing cloud stuff.
Cloud stuff is freaking nice.
Good money in cloud stuff too.
Definitely. I would love to make my own cloud and stuff. I actually plan on doing my own cloud stuff. I'm making my own like repository on my own server.
You wait, what's that? You got a repository on your own server?
Yeah.
Nice. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. Pretty cool. Computers are amazing, man.
Lots of stuff you can do with them.
Yeah. Definitely.
Alright, core dumps are fine. Security limits, socket, okay. Just making sure that we're not just going to break on the next one. Alright. And some of you guys might be watching this going, man, that sounds really boring. And it's like, yeah, guys, this stuff that I'm doing here, some of the stuff with security is tedium, man. It's just going on to the next damn thing. Going on to the next thing. Chingo Oppa, you said, yeah, thanks. I've been playing around with virtual machine and have Ubuntu on it for now, using it to look around for now. Nice. Yeah, if you, I mean, just got to get in there and do this stuff. I'm doing in my home lab here, which you guys are watching me work on, is the same type of thing I'm doing for work for actual customers. My company does a lot of sub work for all kinds. Well, I do contract work to a bunch of different government agencies, but a lot of our work we also do subcontracts through Dell. So Dell brings in the hardware, and then we build all the software on top, all the Linux stuff, right? All the Linuxy stuff. And this is the same type of thing that I do at work. And you might say, well, why is it different here? Well, because I'm doing Rel 9, and at work, one of our customers is doing Rel 8.10, which is a little bit older version. So, hey, Orodo, how's it going? Over on Twitch.
So that.
Yeah. Yep. And then I also, the little Nightbot's telling people about we're doing a new version of the Linux sysadmin course starting on March 22nd. So if anybody wants to do that, that's free. We've never charged anybody for that. You just come hang out and do that.
That's amazing, dude.
That's actually Enzo's working on that right now.
Yeah, I do suggest you doing it because a lot of the stuff that it's covered on this course falls into the Red Hat System Administration certification. So if you're kind of looking for that, if you're kind of looking for that, we have a few people that come on Saturdays or today early, 2 p.m. They have the certification and they can help you if you try to get that.
That's pretty cool.
But this left side is Ansible. I was asked on Twitch about this. We are doing a chroot environment, but we're doing it down in a container inside a Werewolf. So, yeah, one of the things I plan on doing with you guys is to do just a whole Werewolf, like everything about Werewolf administration. The only problem I have with it is I can't give you guys I don't have enough hardware to give everyone access to their own Werewolf cluster. Does that make sense? Like when we go to the drawings, like I can do all these other things. I have all this other stuff broken out. Where's my Excalibur? Here's Excalibur. But the Werewolf stuff, which by the way, whoops. I gotta modify this for a second. Hold on. God damn it. Move this back over here where it belongs. Somebody moved that earlier, messing around. In the Werewolf cluster, I have all these Rocky boxes and Hammer boxes that you guys can now mess with, but I can't, I probably could if I sat around and thought about it enough, but to have Werewolf for each individual setup and then have people configuring Werewolf would be a lot of additional, I don't want to say overhead, but it would be a lot of additional like planning on my part and stuff. So I've just kind of folded and just allow you guys to do the normal Linux stuff up here. So if that kind of makes sense. So, all right. More Linux. We can't do this because we're not able to reboot in this cluster. So I'm going to get rid of that. Kdump, we don't care about Kdump because we're on a stateless node. So that never works. Rel 9, we're going to fail that one, but that's fine. That's all fine. Well, we're going to fail the check or the fix. So there's that. Subscription manager must be installed. We're going to get rid of that because we're not actually on a Rel 9 box. Fucking send mail. That's ridiculous. All right. Let's keep watching it. Control Byte's here. How's it going? Yeah, so Control Byte, what Werewolf does is it kind of operates as... It does these things right here. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. Werewolf has its own daemon running. 9873 is the port. Then it takes over DHCP in an environment, It runs its own TFTP server, so people can iPixie boot off it, and then it runs NFS for its environment, right? Control byte, that's what Werewolf kind of does. And then any node that turns on in that environment that asks for DHCP, if there's a configuration for it, the Werewolf server tells it, okay, yeah, you're this node, you have this personality, jump into this TFTP server and pull your information. So, yeah, control byte. Werewolf is just it's a cluster manager where any number of 1 to many thousands of nodes, and in our case we have 44 nodes, right? Is that right? Yeah, 44 nodes, where you can, when they boot and they come back up, Werewolf determines what the node's gonna be, and it does that from like this. And then let's say I wanted to look at like Rocky 1 in my environment. This is all the information about Rocky 1 right here. You guys should be able to see that on the left. Hold on. It's lagging behind a little bit, but it should. I think I drug that out so you guys can see it pretty well. Yeah. And then this is the information about that node right here. So let me fix that real quick because it kind of looks like I jacked that up. Hopefully that's a little better on the screen. But anyways, that's what it's doing. Control byte, you're going to be there. Robodom, you're going to be there. Control byte, I was saying earlier, if you get a photo of a wild Robodom, I will get you like a humble bundle or something. Just find a humble bundle you want. But if you capture Robodom in the wild, if you capture Robodom eating something and looking at the camera like he's surprised, I don't know. I'll do something better. I'll do some kind of better thing, but yeah. Robodom, didn't you meet 2 people last year? It was Control Byte and it was well, what's his name? He's been pretty quiet on the server, but he popped up the other day to say he was going. Like J8s. What's his name? J8 something like that. Robodom. Less than T. That's what he goes by online. Yeah. Sort of pseudo is what he is in the yeah, because he's got 2 different names, and it always confuses me. Easily confused over here. All right. Oh, let's go back to here to look at where this thing failed next. NFS installed. Jeez, you guys, you need NFS. Oh, whatever. Skip it. You don't need NFS, but we don't care about that.
That's it. Man, my brain just shut up for a second.
Can't have telnet. We're gonna skip these ones where it checks for this. GS proxy is one of the most annoying tools to remove because it removes NFS as well. So it's a super annoying one. We're gonna get rid of all these. We're gonna rescan afterwards, so if we have to manually install something, we can. Quagga? Don't care. Alright, let's go look. We do not have display manager on these boxes, so that'll be fine. Oh, Robodom, you said those guys are different people. Yeah, but they have different names in the server, in the Discord. Sorry, guys, I'm reading stuff on Twitch. What were you guys saying?
No, I'm just focusing on this one game. I'm playing my bad.
That's good.
I'm just man chilling, bro.
Yep, that's what I'm doing too until the wife gets home. I'll hop off of. I'll hang out down here a little bit, but I'll hop off the Twitch and the YouTube streams. But this is what we do, guys. Hang out late at night and work on servers. This is life.
That's what's up. Yeah, I need to update my server.
You do it?
I'm gonna go insane. I'm listening to a Scott video for the Unit 5 that I'm working on, and I'm listening to your stream at the same time. I have 2 Scotts in my head right now.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Actually, keep it a $1.50. I actually don't use Linux on my server. I actually use FreeBSD.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I love FreeBSD. Fire.
It
Have
works.
you used it before?
I have.
Hell yeah.
I haven't. So my Unix experience tends to be around. Hold on, I'm deleting some stuff. My history with Unix tends to be around Solaris was the main Unix that I used to run back when Solaris was still supported before Oracle bought them. Or because Oracle bought Sun, back in I
Yeah.
don't know, 2009 maybe. But yeah, I used to run that professionally at work for a long time. Two Scots and no Scoots.
That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
if you guys don't know, the bot's been acting up lately, so I'm gonna have to give the bot some trouble down in the Discord. So the Discord bot doesn't let you type the name Scott. It will default over to Scoot. So that's annoying.
Darn.
Well, if your name's Scott, it's annoying.
Yeah.
So the guys were probing it earlier for words that they could say that have the Scott in them that are not actually, like, so they were saying biscotti, which has the name in there, and then the bot was fixing that as well. So to me, that's a problem with the bot, right? So then they started calling it biscuity, and that's annoying. I'm just kidding, I don't care that much. Yeah, for the most part, as long as I can get to it via shell, I don't care much for what's going on inside of it. Oh. Oh man, these STIGs. I wonder if all of these are grouped together. 23. I just want to see, are these all of the ones that have to do with your directories? Every one of these. Yep. Look at this. What a mess. What a mess. Escape : Q. We're going to move that to the same file name dot original, so it won't run anymore. And we're going to skip all of those tasks. What? All right. We'll move it back, but we won't be happy about it. Hold on, let me clear this off real quick. Oh, I'm not going to be happy about this. I'm going to move it back. Actually, I'm going to do something better. I'm going to copy it back. What? Oh, I'm going to copy. I meant to get that off there. I'm dumb. Copy it back. And then we're going to VI the one that's there. And we're going to CD, we're going to GG to go to the top. And we're going to say D5000D. I can blast the whole file. Whoops. No. And then we're going to Ansible playbook run. I'm just going to let it run because now it's got the file again. Yeah, it says it's empty. I don't care. Chingapaw said, am I familiar with Last Miles? I know who Last Miles is. Yeah, I've been on his stream before. I don't hang out over there, but I've been over there. I actually got asked one time. I raided over there, and somebody messaged me later and said, I don't really. And I said, so if it's enough that it bugs somebody that they'll let me know. I haven't raided back over there in a while, but I mean, for my part, he seemed just like a kind of crusty old Unix guy that's been doing it a long time. So, probably pretty good at what he does. But yeah, I know who Last Miles is. I don't talk to him or know him in any way, but I just know who he is. So Yeah, I've heard from people that he drinks a fair amount and goes off the rails on things, which, you know, I get it. That's what some people, I go off the rails sometimes too. Not super common, but I flip out sometimes on here. All right, what are we failing on here? Must have firewall D. I don't want firewall D. 25. Firewall D.
Alcohol is a very interesting drug if you don't really know how to handle.
Oh, fair. We don't have any firewall D on here. I'm not using firewall D, so I gotta get rid of all this. Audit D is on the system, so this should at least work. Oh, we can't do any of those commands, so I can't do any of this block. Get out of here. BPF just in time. Whoops. Undo. We can't install stuff right now. So, not in here. I mean, typically we can, but I don't know why. Get rid of all that. Don't need crony. We don't need network manager. We're not going to configure network manager. I don't need the name servers because we got DNS servers. Don't need IPsec for right now. I don't need postfix for now. TFTP we don't need. Not on these nodes. Postfix. Libre Swan. Don't need them. Fair. Alright, let's give it a shot. That's what we do around here. Tigreal, you said you learned on SCO Unix. Yeah, SCO Unix originally. Nice. I don't think I ever used SCO Unix.
What's that?
I don't know.
I've actually never heard of it. That sounds cool.
He mentioned it over on YouTube, but I don't know what that is. I've heard that before, but I don't think I've ever used SCO Unix. Definitely not professionally if I've ever done anything with it like in a lab or something. But no. Most of my last 15 years professional have been Linux. I haven't done too much Unix. Last time I decommissioned a Unix server was about 2018, and then yeah, probably about that.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, we were
Machines, man.
we were pulling out the last of it from my old company.
Wow.
What are we failing on? No, legit. Just in time.
Oh shoot, just in time compilation.
Yep, that's not working. So, all these ones with sysctl will fail because we're not in a running system. The postfix sysctl requires you to be on a. It's not going to work in a chroot jail, so I got to pull this all out. All of this is fail. And the point is, we're going to fail the remediation, so we're going to have to get past that remediation somehow, so I'm removing it. We can go fix it later, or we can run this against. There's other ways to do that as well. Let's see if we can get past that one. We'll just try it. Yeah, Control Byte. The fair point you make there is, yeah, there are some people who you know, there's not very many people out there that are still sharing the old stuff, the old knowledge. Yep, that is accurate. See if the wife's messaged me yet. They're just getting home now. All right, there we go. So the wife, all the friends came here and then they rode out there together. So that's I heard the garage door open right now, so they're coming home. So we're on the medium, which are the Cat 2 systems, and then we're going to see if we can get past these and get into some of the last ones, and then we'll move from there. Shikaruko, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. Oh, we're failing. DoD consent banner. I don't care about that. Not in my home systems. I do have to worry about that in government systems, but don't care about that in my home systems. It's fine. Keep running. Also, sometimes when I do this, I'll put a time on the front just to see how long it's taken to run. Because I do like to know when it does finish how long it's going to take for any future servers. Because sometimes you can't always build from a server that's... Like I'm building this into a container image, but when I'm done with it, that container image may not fit the new profile of what I need, you know. So it's very possible that I have to go from a brand new image and then just build again from scratch. So I like to have this process here worked out so I don't have to do that again. If that kind of makes sense. That's the goal. That's the server. It's very possible that the bot could be broken right now too, Enzo. That's always possible. If the bot doesn't respond to Scotland. This is right about where it failed last time, so let's see if it gets further. Okay, not too much further. Oh, you always get this failure if... Yeah, so anything with the host keys. And actually, there's another problem here. So what happens here is it tries to verify this with... Where's it at? Sometimes, in some of these, it validates with this SSHD command. Well, SSHD is not running right now because the server's not set up. The server's not stood up and running, so this will always fail right here, 100% of the time. So what I can do is I can say validate. Anyone with this, I need to just take out now. So validate. And I'll hit N for validate again. Every one of these is going to fail every time because it's not going to be able to validate something that's not running or working right now. This one's the same way. Yep, and the keys aren't there for it to validate against anyways. That one can go. Alright, no more validates, so we won't fail on that one again. We might fail on something else, guys, but we won't fail on that one. Yeah, Atavirk, what I'm doing is I'm running some Ansible RHEL 9 STIG compliance playbooks against a chroot environment for my werewolf cluster. And I'm hardening this Rocky 9 Lab 03 November 24-STIG, right? It's a long name, I know. And then I'm going to eventually probably rename it and then apply it to my Rocky servers and make sure that they're good, but they will be in a more secure, more compliant, well, compliant with like where I want them to be configuration. So that's what we're doing. Just running scans on the servers. That's all. Scanning servers, hanging out in Discord. We're down in the, just down in the Discord. I'm talking.
Just chilling and grilling, bro. Back to grilling.
Yep. Although the wife did get me some funny cheeseburgers earlier.
That's what's up. Funny cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I told her to get me some. So I texted her because she was coming home. She flew back in from Utah today, and I told her to get me some jalapeno double cheeseburgers. Well, double jalapeno cheeseburgers from Carl's Jr. That's where she was going, so I said, all right, that's what I'll take. And funny enough, my phone said kaleidoscope, and I just left it because I thought it was funny. And she's heard me say that a million times. So, kaleidoscope, whenever you hear that, it's just a messed up jalapeno. I even put the word jalapeno after, and she did not get what I was saying. And so she tried to order kaleidoscope burgers, and they were like, we have no idea what this lady's talking about. And it was very funny. At least to me, not to her so much. So, but it's funny because like her and I had talked about it many times before. Like, my phone sometimes does weird stuff with words, and then I just laugh it off and send it anyways. But she thought that was really what I wanted. These are all gonna fail. All these validates. All of them are gonna fail. So this part up here might work, but this validate will 100% of the time fail if you're in this environment. Now you might say, why doesn't it fail in other environments? Well, in other environments, SSH is running if you're running this against like a live fat server, but we're not using like a fat or a stateful server. We're running this against, how the hell did I miss all these? I must have been lower in the file than them. But yeah, the validation can't work. I can't, I don't know how we were passing any of these. You can't, none of these will work, ever. Not for this type of server. Other nodes, again, there's nothing wrong with these playbooks that just doesn't work with this configuration. This way of, jeez. Almost like I have to zero this whole damn file out. Yep, can't do that one. Can't do that one. All the way to the bottom. Alright. Next run.
I threw a pull request. I hope Treasure is awake right now. I mean, might as well text him.
He's I think he's an hour or two, so it's probably like midnight for him, but you know.
Yeah, it's probably 1 in the morning right now. I'm not gonna text him. I was just joking.
Yeah.
Can you review my pull request right now?
It's kind of like done.
Yeah, the Discord, or not the Discord, the book was looking good from what I was seeing. So you can come in here on the worksheet for people that have not been here, and there's our different recordings for each of the different weeks. So I've recorded everything already, so this next time will just be you guys going through.
So I haven't tried out yet, but Treasure said that the book will also be available on like iPads or like in your cell phone if you want to use it on your phone. They said that like it works really good. So like if you're studying and you have like a second screen that's on mobile, you can still pull it up there and kind of tap with the touch screen to move pages.
Huh.
Pretty cool though. I haven't tried it. Maybe I'll try it someday.
go back to cat 1. We can't do FIPS. Well, I have FIPS on in some werewolf clusters, but not in my home lab. And it is a hassle to get. The hardest thing to get working is SC Linux. The second, well, I wouldn't even call FIPS hard to get working, but SC Linux is definitely a bear when you have other things that are trying to do stuff. I just said bear because that would allow it to go in my text-to-speech. But it is worse than a bear. It is a terrible. Oh, let me keep going down here. Yeah. I think this is going to be good. I think it's going to give people one unified place to go and grab, whatever they want to work on. Yep. Linux sysadmin course.
I'm gonna head out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Hat, for.
Thanks for hanging around. All
Cheers.
these labs.
Good night, big dog.
Yep. Some of the stuff is still in progress, but there's a lot of stuff. Worksheets. So. All right, Klaus, I'm probably going to hop off here too as far as this goes, and then I'll probably hop off of the Twitch stream here in a few minutes too. But yeah, we'll talk.
Alright, bro.
Yep, take care, man. All right, so guys, finishing up. Robedom, yeah. Did you see how much these guys have gotten going in this book? This is the free, just online. You know, you just go right into professional Linux users group.github.io. This is coming up on the screen pretty regularly for you guys on Twitch, and it's got all of the framework, and then they're just adding to the pieces as they go. So it's moving along. I am not putting USB guard on my shit. So 029. You do not use USB guard on virtual machines. Nope. Yep, no USB guard stuff. We also don't care about Bluetooth on this system, and we don't care about wireless on the system because we know it will not be up. There we go. All right. More resources, provide more memory. Yeah, Robodom, that's the thing. You know, get more people doing this stuff. Be able to just have this stuff run without, you know, me even needing to be there. Then I can go retire. That's the goal. Just let me retire. I don't even have to be in here doing stuff anymore. You guys are just hanging out doing Linux without me. Yeah, control byte. It's getting added. There's different stuff getting added on the web page. I know for sure on the website. Where's the website? I think I closed the website because it was too bright. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of stuff for people to play with in there. And, you know, this is stuff that we all find fun for the most part. Most of us are hobbyists, and, you know, some of you guys want to go and do this stuff professionally, so we try to make that path a little easier for everyone. Oh, we were talking about Rack Nerd earlier, too. That's kind of a cool little site. We were talking about Grafana earlier. We were talking about this data center map. This was kind of cool. Enzo used this to find different stuff going on. Glendale AZ. Huh. No databases for Glendale AZ, huh? Let's explore the map. Yeah, that makes sense. 029 411. There we go. Because we don't have home directories on this system. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Rodon, I think the website looks pretty good. I got a problem with the caching on CloudFront that sometimes you get these weird errors. Hold on, I want to look at this Phoenix data center. Because Phoenix, close to me, should have the Align data center. Oh, wow, no, that's way further south. Yeah, Align data center. This is right by my house. Like, this is the one that a lot of stuff is in. And then there's another one over here, too. Yeah, 2500 West Union Hills. So that's there. And then I wonder if they have... What's our profile? Information. Interesting. Different information in there. Anyways, that looks like an interesting little tool to find people who are looking for data center jobs earlier. And I was like, hey, anything that can get you into tech, man. You can always pivot over to networking or Linux later, but gosh, you want to be in tech, you know. I think, anyways. I did a lot of work in data centers over the years, even when I was a Linux engineer. So. You guys might notice some of these are getting in and they're saying changed because it's actually fixing these things. So then the next time we run through, it'll be back to green. Oh, I'm not putting tmux on a system. I will not put tmux on shit. Tmux is terrible. No tmux. There's like 4 tmux ones. Not putting tmux. Nope. Not doing it. There's more than 4 tmux apparently. Faillock's one of the most annoying things ever because you'll find everything else secure on a system and then you'll have faillock busted and it'll just... It's an absolute nightmare to have faillock on a system and try to get in. Orange Hue said, is this a good idea? I don't even know what language that is. Orange Hue. I don't even know what that is. Is this good? If def debug me. Define sent. I have no idea what that is. Probably some quadratic formula exploded. If anybody knows what that quote is, I'll do something. James, I actually skipped all the USB stuff earlier. Yeah, no, I pull locked tmux sessions off of being required on boxes. I don't mind tmux. I live in screen mostly. I do screen. Orange Hue, just C. I don't know C at all, man. I mean, well, okay, I can compile some C. That's about it. I know how to compile it. I know how to do some basic debugging, but I don't write C. I work with guys that write C, but I'm the guy that tends to make their systems work for them. That's what I do. I'm just a Linux engineer that does the systems and keeps the systems running and keeps them secure for the people on top of them. That's what I do. Yeah. I know somebody that can help you with that C, though. His name's Midnight Simon. He's pretty good with... he mostly writes in C++, though, but... I know it's more alike than it is different anyways, but I know there's a lot of nuance there. But I don't know the nuance well enough to help, unfortunately. So... But I can STIG the crap out of a server. On older systems, I had full-blown ISP monitoring with Prometheus Grafana. Yeah, I think Prometheus and Grafana can do pretty much everything you need. I really do. We don't need any of that crap. We don't need targeted for right now. We can be in non-targeted mode. We have sudo, we can do sudo, we can do all that stuff. Let's keep running it. Now, I could run this and do tags against each individual one, but I'm not going to go look them all up, so I'm not bothering to do that. I'm just rerunning the whole thing every time, and this is something I do at work when I'm just I'll do other things while these run, and then I'll just keep an eye on them. But typically, once you do this once, you don't have to go do this again in an environment. So this is only a nightmare the first time you do it in an environment like this. This is a nightmare, by the way. This is like the worst thing I've ever had to do right here. Alright, it's not the worst thing, but it's pretty bad. Alright. My voice over here still working? Yeah, it's still going. Okay, good. Yeah, and Robodom's letting you guys know we are starting a new Linux sysadmin course, free in Discord. We don't charge anything. We never have. You guys can just hang out down there and do those courses and hang out. Oh, man. Getting almost a 4-hour stream. And all I was doing was hopping on for a little bit while the wife was gone. So it's a lot more than I thought I'd get done. Also, I got a lot of actual work done earlier in the stream, too. I was working on other stuff while you guys were just watching this. Now I'm just working in the home lab and messing around, right? This is just us playing around with... this is a thing, Ansible Lockdown, by the way. If you guys are like, where did he get all these STIG things from? It's Ansible Lockdown, which is they got a GitHub out here, and you can go read about it. It's a lockdown by the Mindpoint group. I've heard about them through Red Hat before, so they're a pretty good little thing. They've got Ansible that can remediate and also audit against either the CIS or the DISA STIGs, which I'm doing this against DISA STIGs right now, right? FA policy, don't care. Can't enable it if it's not there. Okay. Oh, you. There we go. All right. Almost done. We're nearing the end of these. There's not that many left, and there's a bunch of links and stuff here. I'll link this to you guys because this is one of those things. This is just a good thing to follow if you care about security when they're updating these and patching through things and stuff. And then they even have information for hardening your Windows boxes and stuff. Hey Blazebits, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. We're getting near the end of the night here for us too, but I'm just kind of co-working on stream while we do some security on my systems. So in my home lab, I have a tool over here. In my home lab, I have a tool called Werewolf, and Werewolf just serves up. It kind of sits there, and when a node comes up and the node is kind of sitting there. What's happening is kind of like a node sitting there like, oh, I got to put the alert in front of that. Hold on. Twitch alert box can be in front of Scaladraw. There we go. Okay. But kind of like these servers over here, when they reboot in my environment, they are stateless nodes. They come up, and what happens is they come up and then they go over to Werewolf, and they're kind of like the little kid in well, it's not Great Expectations. I'm pretty sure it's Oliver Twist where he says, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" You know, he's an orphan and he doesn't have anything. Well, these servers come up and they don't know who they are. So when they come up, they come over to Werewolf and they check in. They do DHCP and they pull this image about themselves. And that image, oh, you know, I need to pull that over a little too. Hold on. Pull Ranger over like that. There's Ranger. Ranger's not interested in anything. He's just doing his stuff, but... Come on in, wife. The wife's back. But anyway, so when the server comes up, it pulls all of its information, via a process called iPXE, right? And iPXE is a boot process on a network where the server comes and checks in and pulls a couple things out of TFTP. So TFTP is just a protocol. It's almost always in a STIG forced to be turned off, but in this case we got to leave it on. I don't want the aid package, so hold on. 0965 X 0865, yeah, okay. And then we're just removing stuff that we don't care about in this environment. We can't use aid because aid requires the initialization of a database, and then what happens is this is a stateless node, so it goes down and it comes back up, and it's like, I have no memory of this place. I have to rerun my aid database so that I have a aid is kind of a tool that sets a bunch of tripwires out, like the old tripwire tool. And what happens is it doesn't make any sense to, and none of these things make sense to run either. So we're going to get rid of all this. So we're cleaning up STIGs that don't make sense in a containerized environment. Let's just say that's what's happening now. Because you guys are probably like, what's this guy doing? He's a madman. He's just carving this stuff all up. Well, the stuff isn't going to work in my environment. So there's the DISA STIGs are great. So are the CIS benchmarks. But the problem is they're not one size fits all. You can't just say, because I tell you guys all the time, you know, there's 467 STIGs for Rel 9, right? And if you just applied all of them, you would be so locked down that you would look like that kid. You guys ever seen like the kid that walks outside and he's got a bubble around him? Well, that kid can't do anything, right? He's got like I think they made a movie with him, Bubble Boy, and he's just like, he can run around, he can bounce off of shit, but he can't get in a car and he can't walk down the street and he can't go through a door because he's got all the security. And that's how securing systems are. There's a trade-off between security and productivity. In fact, the old saying is, in engineering, security is the enemy of productivity. It's not a negative thing. It's just something to understand. Like the fact that I have to log into servers and then go do my, I got to go pull a password, and then I have to go do my, what is it called? You know, maybe I pull a one-time password, an OTP, right? And then I go and I do, what is the single sign-on, right? Single sign-on gets me in faster, but then now as I go to these different areas, I have to, this token has to go along with me. And then, you know, in my systems world, I have to figure out a way to take that. And it's just, it's security is just, it slows you down. You know, you have to walk through the door and badge. And if you forgot your badge, you got to go back out to your car. And then you got to put passwords in everywhere. It does slow you down. Now, is it good? Yeah, it's good to have good security, obviously. That's what we're doing here. We're securing our boxes. But the question always comes up, well, why aren't all the systems just configured with all 467 STIGs? Well, because if you did that, nobody would be able to use them, right? I've shown you guys before. We have some stuff out on like Killer Coda where I show you guys how you can do STIG scans. Oh, no, I don't want to be on Twitch. I'm already on Twitch. Sorry, the Killer Coda. And one of the labs, actually I have two labs that do this real quick. Down here in my Linux labs. Where am I at? I'm right here. Oh, shoot, another break. This thing's been breaking all over the place. But anyways, we go to Linux labs. We go near the bottom, right? And there's these SCC tools that'll scan for our systems. And when you do a SCC tool against a Firefox box, you know, you have Firefox program on a Linux box. There's 27 STIGs for that to be STIG compliant. Malvi, do I work at a company as a DevOps? No, I am a high-performance compute engineer. I do all Linux all day. The only time my company ever lets me stop doing Linux for even a minute is when they're making me do networking instead. Sometimes I have to do, actually I do a significant amount of networking on this recent project. But no, I'm not a DevOps guy, strictly speaking, no. No. I am a Linux engineer. I try to make other people do Linux as well. I try to show you guys how to do this stuff and get into this space. Let's get rid of all this. We can restart our. We don't need our syslog doesn't need to restart. We don't need to audit offloading logs right now because we're not doing that on these systems. We actually are offloading logs on these systems, but with a different method than our syslog. We're using a tool called Promtail. Promtail is an excellent tool in an environment. Look at these logs here. So I can see right here These are all the people in the last 6 hours that have tried to log in and take over my box. These are all failed passwords for root and all these other users, right? And this is all being accomplished via a tool called Promtail sitting on my jump box, which is a Bastion host, and then he's sending all the logs over to Loki, and then Grafana just shows all these attempts to log into my server, right? Right, we can see everything right here, right? It's the start of what we call like a SIEM, security, incident and event monitoring, or security information and event monitoring. Is that right? Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's see. Audit. What is this one doing? Trying to restart our syslog again. Don't care. Don't care about the restart of our syslog in an environment where we don't care. Don't care here. Don't care about our syslog again there. And then this one says the audit package. We have the audit package, but we don't care. We're going to pull this out of here. We don't want this. We installed it separately, and we're not going to let these things break in our check. We are actually assigning these. We are fixing these as we go, but I don't need to do it in a again, audit D doesn't work correctly in a stateless environment. Yeah, doesn't matter. None of this matters. I'm just reading about them as I blow them away. Repository, don't care. ISO storage, yep, doesn't have to alert. Doesn't have to alert. Nope, none of that. None of that. It's maximum capacity, maximum size, central log server. Again, all these things are irrelevant to us right now, because it doesn't make sense to put these on a stateless node that does this a different way. All right, this is fine. Restricted logging. I mean, again, we could delete it or not. It doesn't matter. All right, run it again. This is what we do, guys. We set this stuff up. I work, Malvi. I work with all kinds of supercomputers, yeah. High performance compute supercomputers, the things that you would find here in the top500.org. At any given time, I probably work on about 10 of these servers at any given time. 10 of the ones that are in the top 500, yeah. For different government contracts and different things that I do, yeah. So we go over all that. I have talks on that kind of stuff that I show you guys sometimes, where we get into that stuff. Actually, let me leave that like that. It's easier to see. But Probable Steve, can I hit me with a network set? Yeah, you can. I do the best I can. I teach networking, so hopefully I can help you out with networking a little bit. But I don't know if Blaze is still around, but did we give a shout out back to Blaze? Oh yeah. Thanks, Robodom, for that. I know you're probably getting off for the night, so I appreciate you guys coming by. That kind of stuff. But yeah, Probable Steve, you can ask me any question you want. I got to get off here soon. The wife's home. But I can hang out for a little bit just because I'm trying to work these STIGs down in the home lab. This is the same process I was doing at work earlier for a different project. But there's that. Also, yeah, Control Byte just gave you guys the Discord on the Twitch side. You guys can always hang out down there. Altric, you said, do you need C language for doing your work? I do not. I do not need C language. Now, do I sometimes need to be able to like compile things or look for libraries and not libraries, what do they call them inside of like packages inside of Python, like make sure that certain things are there? Yeah, I mean, I have to know how to run the basic pieces of different things, and I use Python sometimes in my scripts and stuff. But yeah, for the most part, like Atavirk, I don't do a whole lot of like what people would call programming. I do a whole hell of a lot of scripting. I do probably more scripting than the average bear. And when I say bear, I mean like actual engineer. But I do a lot more of this type of Ansible stuff and writing playbooks and that kind of stuff. Yeah, we're YAML engineers, as Control Byte said. Yeah, which YAML, depending on who you ask, means two different things, right? People argue about that online all the time too. People love to argue pretty much as they can about everything. So we're getting rid of this. L9 audit logs, that's fine. Flush. Let's get rid of just this. All this audit stuff doesn't matter. All of it doesn't matter to this system. Because again, audit D needs to initialize on a file system and the file systems are stateless, so they go down and come back up clean like a trap door every single time. So literally none of these things matter. Etsy, at least that's fine. We'll leave that in there. All right. I'm only going to do a couple more runs of this, and then we go. Probably Steve said, okay, I'm at an office with 3 small departments, AD, server, phone, file server, about 10 users total. I want to set up VLANs for everything and route stuff around. People tell me routing SMB and AD is bad practice. How would you set it up? I have no problem routing SMB or Active Directory. I do it all the time. So probable Steve, in a small little like network like that, right? You have to think about what your traffic's doing, and typically there's this thing called a triple. You have voice data, and video essentially, right? They call it the triple play or something. There's a term for it, but the point is, if you're gonna talk about like the network there, and I imagine people are using probably some voice software to talk. Maybe you have voice over IP phones. Typically what you're going to do is you're going to have a VLAN for voice. You're going to have a VLAN for data. And then if you want, you may have a separate VLAN for traffic that deals with like meetings and stuff like that. But some people just roll that into voice over IP, right? And then once you get into that and you have like a Cisco, I imagine you have some Cisco devices there. Typically what we do is we'll put traffic shaping policies on the VLAN interfaces so that they say, hey, 60% of the traffic can go ahead and be allocated to, dedicated, as it were, to VLANs. But if data is only flowing, we have data flowing but no VLANs, no voice over IP traffic, then all of it can be used by data, right? And this is all pretty straightforward to set up. It's pretty, like, find a million blogs on it and that kind of stuff. But that's what I would do, is I would separate out at minimum my data and voice. And then if you're going to do other stuff, yeah, triple play, that's what it's called, triple play. Broadband TV and voice over IP on one connection. Yeah, that's fair. Triple play is another example. And then there's a quad one as well where we have more and more. But yeah, at the end of the day, you just have to think about how you're breaking that down, probable Steve. And in some cases, especially if it's a smaller company, you may not really need to do a lot of that stuff. And so I wouldn't even say it's bad practice. It's just not necessarily there. Rets harm. If the Discord link doesn't work, do me a favor. Put it in like a incognito, or just like because sometimes that doesn't work for people, and then sometimes it does. Yeah. Probable Steve, in that size company, I would not. The only time I would be using VLANs in something that small would be, like I was saying, if I was having a problem with the amount of phone calls using all the bandwidth, or all the other type of traffic using all the bandwidth, I would separate out the bandwidth in such a way that the calls got as much as they're supposed to get, and then like all the rest of my data still worked the way that I expected it to, if that makes sense. And then there's 2 things to think about there. You can do traffic shaping, or you can do traffic policing, and both of those are going to have at the interface level a consideration about like what happens. Both of those are going to have consideration with what you do with additional bandwidth if you go over, right? So yeah, if you got the QoS stuff, it's really just QoS tagging 2 VLANs at the end of the day. That's how you're going to implement it. But logically, how you would break it down is, where is this traffic really coming from? So a big part of this probable, Steve, might be going and making sure you have good monitoring and you're looking at what your traffic's doing. Because you might, and by the way, you can do that with TCP. I was just showing this the other day. Hold on. I might have to switch my view. But if you go to Wireshark, I'll just tell you about it and you can find it, I think. But if you go to Wireshark, you can actually leave Wireshark running, and then you have to be on a promiscuous, and you have to have your maybe your ports mirrored to listen to everything. But then what you can do is you can go to the statistics page, and you can actually look at, for like the last 24 hours or however long you've been running something, or I would do at least the workday, what is the breakdown statistically of frames that we're seeing with RTS, real-time RTP, and SRTP, which is your real-time transport protocol, and secure real-time transport protocol. How much is UDP and how much is TCP? And you will know, like, you will immediately see where problems are in your network if you go look at some of that statistics stuff. If you go look at like usage on interfaces and where your interfaces are getting saturated, you're going to know right away if you need to police or do something with that interface. A lot of people, especially in like a 10 node, 10 user company, you're probably going to find that you're never even taxing all the bandwidth. There's no real reason to police or shape that in any way. At least that's been my experience. I've worked with data centers in my time where, data centers, but call centers too, where we had a lot of inbound and outbound calls, and we had to manage the bandwidth based on that. But yeah, if you're not doing that, you have a lot less nowadays as far as that consideration goes, because you probably have plenty of bandwidth for 10 people, even if they're all checking their cat videos. So I would say one of your first steps here is go and get your monitoring in place, right? Get something that's gathering out, and you could go find, Cisco monitoring tools, or Cisco has all the SNMP information that you could either go and hit, or you can have it trap back, whatever's going on the interfaces, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you have a lot of stuff there. Look at this. What? Oh, we're down to the lows. I gotta finish this. Hold on. Wifey, I gotta finish this. Sorry. Cat 3 is this one. And then it's 21. There we go. And it says we need the entropy gatherer. No, we don't. We don't need that. Don't need RNG. We probably already have RNG on there anyways. It's random number generator. Most of you guys know that from playing video games, but did you know that that's also a real technical thing? Let's enable the auditing of... We don't have grub, so I can't do anything with grub. We don't have grub on a stateless node like this. You could use grub, but I don't. And then DNF is fine. Let's remove all old stuff. That's fine. Separate files. We can't do any of these. So any of these ones with separate file system, we're not doing those. Okay, strictly speaking, we could, but we're not going to. There's a reason for it. Crony daemon. We can leave that running. Turn it off. Logging for USB guard. We're not using USB guard. We turned it off earlier. All right, there we go. USB guard is for physical devices. We're not on a physical device. Tomorrow we are just wiping. We are doing Rel 9 STIGs against my container environment. And we're using a node. I don't really care about this container environment. But then once we get this done, like once this runs all the way through, what we're going to do is we're going to throw this away. This Rocky 9 Lab 03 November STIG, we're going to throw it away. And then we're going to reapply this STIGs to the most recent version of the most updated version, make sure that works. And then we're going to reapply it to all of our nodes. And then we're going to have STIGged and protected nodes in that sense. And then that's going to make a lot of sense for the guys that run. We're going to start the security course soon. And when we do that security course, I'm going to have you guys check these boxes for how hardened they are. And you're going to look at the STIGs that are applied and what ones are not applied. And we're going to have to make some business decisions around what we continue to harden, right? And then some people are going to go, oh, I hate this. And I'm going to go, well, this is security. This is what we do on the Linux world. We harden our boxes, and we just hope that things bounce off them. Tomorrow, no, you're going to see this all the next few. I'm doing this at work all the time, too. We're just doing this in my home lab now, but this is the same thing I'm doing at work. So, no, you're going to see this process this month if you're hanging out with us. Yeah. And this will eventually get worked into stuff that'll happen in the Discord and stuff. So, yeah, this is not, not anything to lose sleep over. For people that have not been around, where were we at? People that have not been around as much, we've got a new book coming out. This is free online. The guys have been working really hard on it. They were taking our Linux administration course and turning it into like this big book. And then in the book, there's, the links to the stuff that we've done. And then there's also just all the worksheets and all the different work that some of you guys have already been in here and done this stuff. But for people that haven't, there's a lot of info here about how to do Linux systems administration. Because this is where most of you start if you're doing systems work. You start in administration and then you move over to engineering. Hold on, I gotta grab a water bottle. my water bottle. Did this break again? Oh, man. All right. Disable that from acting as a server. Fair enough. Can't act as a server. Yep. We'll delete that one too. Don't care. All right. One more run. Robodom said, how many water bottles do you think you go through in a day? I'd guess somewhere between like 12 and 20. It depends. Now do monster cans. That's a whole bunch too. I'm just kidding. I do, but... Alright, how are we doing here? How's Ranger doing? Ranger's on his other bed, guys. Look at him. That dog. He's testing every bed to make sure it stays soft all night. So... Ranger's a pretty good dog. Yeah, Rodon, I drink a lot of water. I also... No, these aren't 16. Oh, these are 16.9. Yeah, I guess that is a lot of water.
But you've never had a kidney stone.
Yeah, as the wife pointed out, I've never had a kidney stone either, but yeah. I do drink a lot of water. And even when I was younger and I used to drink a lot, but I drank a lot in my teens and 20s, I always made it a point before I went to sleep to slam a bottle of water or slam a glass of water. Yeah, Rodon, I'm definitely drinking more than a gallon of water a day. I'm 100% sure of that. I drink a lot of water. I've always drank a lot of water my whole life. I remember when I was in Iraq, I would sometimes come back from missions, and I would have sweat that had ran all the way down to like my boots, and it would be drenched on my legs and stuff under my gear and my knee pads and stuff, just all the way down to like my boots, just drenched, almost like, to be crass a little bit here, like I had pissed myself. Yep. Alex over on YouTube said, when will the security course be offered? We're going to do security. I think we're just going to run it in parallel with the sysadmin course. So the sysadmin course will be running March 22nd. And I haven't completely pulled the trigger on this and said it officially yet, but we'll probably run it right at the same time. And it won't be the same time like when we're sitting in the course and doing the Linux sysadmin course. It won't be the same time, obviously, because I can only do one at a time. But the Linux sysadmin course will be first, probably in the day, and then probably right after it I'll do the systems engineering one as well. It has been solidified at 20. Hold on, I can tell you here. Where's my GitHub? Oh, damn it. Hate when I do that. GitHub. What other GitHubs do I have down here? There's a bunch of issues here for this. Let me go look at all of them. And there's one for, this is the Linux user group PSC. So this is the other book, I believe. Hold on. Unit 1, Unit 3. No, maybe this is the other one. That's the other book. That's Professional Linux Users Group. Give me a second here. I don't know where any of this stuff is. Is this the security one? Let me go look. Oh no, that's the server. So that's how we built the server. Treasure built the server, but LAC PSC. Maybe it is PSC. The security course. So where are? Hold on, somebody help me out here. Where are my issues at in here? Issues here. So all the issues are here around building this all out, and then I'm going to start putting those in there. So yeah, we're not 100% ready for it, but I do have it outlaid for. No, hold on. I actually did put somewhere. Where's the one that I commented on? I made a. I don't know. I don't use the graphical version of this very often. I don't see me in there at all. All right, well, I don't know where I put it then. All right, anyways, we'll we can't restart audit D. All right, so this essentially is done, but we'll go oh, these are all the handlers. So, where are all the handlers at? Are they no. Oh, that's down in audit.d.yaml. What? Oh. I guess I can't spell right now. All right, so this wants us to super weird. Restart. Notify. Oh, yeah. Sound the handlers, yep. Yeah. Here we go. All of these don't really matter to this because we're not. Doesn't really matter. All right. Thanks for helping one of my questions. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Any of you guys that are talking are always helping me out here because then I don't get lost in what I'm doing. All right. So that box has been since it's built as far as that goes. Let's do history, grep-i container. And let's look for the build of that right here. So we're going to build that container. So container build of this. So it'll rebuild that container. Because when you just run your exec, it doesn't actually rebuild anything inside of there. Right? When you just go into a ch root. Tomorrow, I'll show you here actually in a second. When I apply this and get the system up, then I'll show you. How about this will be the last thing I'll do probably for tonight because the wife's here and get back to doing this. But I'll show you how I'm checking. So there's a loop here that's happening. I'm doing this and I'm getting this container to a working thing. And you guys saw me the last little bit spinning on the Ansible portion. But now I'm going to build it right here. I'm going to apply it to a node and I'm going to bring that node up. Once that node comes up and I validate, maybe I do any regression tests or system tests to make sure that it works as a compute cluster in my environment, like compute node that I want, and it's doing the things that I need. It's maybe pulling up my NFS share and doing whatever other cool things it needs to do. Then I'll say, okay, this is good. Let the potato rest, right? Me and the wife always say that to each other. Let the potato rest. It's from like a cooking thing, right? Like you bake a potato and then you let it rest. Well, anyway, so then we'll let the server rest, and we're going to run a scan on it to see how secure it is. So watch this: www.ctl node list -a grep-i container, and all of my systems, all of them up and down here, are using whatever like Hammer 1 is using this new one that I think I was building out the other day. But all the other ones, oh no, all of them are using that as well. But what I might do is, like, let's say Hammer 1, which is not really in use. Nobody's really using Hammer 1 right now. We're going to set him to be this box now, this container image. So we're going to say history grep-i container. And in here, we're going to see a node set. So right here, we're going to see this command, I'm a big fan of just stealing stuff from myself, right? wwctl container node set to container Rocky that on hammer 1, right? Yes, I want to modify one node. wwctl node list -a grep -I for hammer 1. And now in hammer 1, I see that hammer 1 is not on the right container that I want. Oh, that's hammer 19. Hammer 1. That's all right, watch this. Hammer 1 like that. That'll do it. Here's hammer 1, and here is him on this other container, on this other thing here, right? Win 11 reinstall. Oh man, you know what? I've been fighting going to Win 11 on my systems. So that's done. wwctl overlay build. You need to do an overlay build because the system is using, and then I can just say hammer 1. If I don't say hammer 1, it'll rebuild all the overlays in the system. And now the last thing is SSH to hammer 1 and give it the old reboot, reboot, reboot. And then we say ping hammer 1 until he comes back up. But we don't have to helplessly watch him. We could also bring up our system over here, go to hammer 1. I'll show this in a second. Hammer 1 console, and then we will bring up, where is it? XCPNG right there. Boom. I'm gonna move it over a little bit so it's not over this. So you're gonna watch that system boot. You're gonna see him find that he is hammer 1, and you will see that he is on that new container image right there, right in about the middle of the screen. He's gonna download it. He's gonna try to boot, and then that should go. Now, if he fails somewhere, we know we've hardened this box too much. And then you say, well, what's the process there? Back it out, blow this whole system, this whole image away that we're building. We blow it away, we rebuild it, and maybe we remove certain things if we have an error that tells us what's broken. But if everything, I should also ping over here. If it boots up and it works, then we go in and we do regression testing, and we can automate this testing and that kind of stuff. In my home lab, obviously, you guys know I'm much too lazy for that, but I can go in there and check things out and make sure it's good. Once that was good all the way through, then it's simply a matter of coming in here and doing that same setting to set it against all the other nodes and just reboot the nodes. And within about, aside from the sunk cost of us building that, the time for us to flip this node over between those two nodes, the time for us to take these 24 nodes right over here, well, they're behind there, but the 24 nodes and flip them over is only about a sunk cost of maybe about 10 minutes. And that makes like lab management very powerful, right? Like you have a lot of stuff that you can very quickly change between. Now, again, you got to spend a little time setting it up the first time, but once this gets set up, we could just use it anywhere we need, right? So hopefully that's clear what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like this is, we do stuff, yeah, when we do the stuff. And then James, I missed your message earlier, but you're right. Yeah, QoS priorities can be tricky for a company. I would really advise if anybody does mess with QoS in a any type of switching or routing or VLAN and assignment. We typically do it at the VLAN level. You just really need to know kind of what your traffic already is, and then it makes your decisions more correct, whatever you choose to do. So, yeah. There's no one size fits all on a lot of this stuff. You just got to know what your traffic tends to do. Hey, if all your office at 1 o'clock after lunch gets on and starts looking at funny cat videos on YouTube, well, you got to think about that, right? You got to think about that for your traffic, right? Like that's a real thing. You got to understand how your traffic is flowing around. All right, this looks, well, barring breaking right here, this tends to come all the way up. We got ping back. We should be getting in. Hammers up. So I'm going to get rid of that XCPNG again real quick. We don't need that right now. Hammer 1 is back up. We're going to SSH in. Uptime, who am I? We are root. We're on the system. I may say uname-r to make sure that he looks good there. My regression testing right off the top of my head might be df-h to see that I have mounted my 4 NFS mounts. There's nothing busted there. I may check real quick dmessage grep-i for maybe error. and no errors came up, and maybe kernel. Just make sure that the kernel came up the way that I expected. And then I can cat, one of my favorite ones is proc cmd line to see, okay, yeah, the system came up. It went and it pulled from the Rocky server and it provisioned this information, right? And this is what I expected to have happen. Another thing on these boxes, system CTL status www client. Is my www client running, because that's how I go and check my runtime overlays every 10 minutes or whatever in my cluster, right? How my system updates itself. All right, so all in all, I would call Hammer 1 pretty good. System CTL status firewall D. Something turned firewall D on, so I'd have to go turn it off in that container if I didn't want firewall D running all over my system. But now, this was the question earlier from Tomorrow Morrow. How do I, in this system, SH to Hammer 1, how do I tell how configured this system is or how good it is? Let's go to opt SCC, which is a tool that we have. And we're going to do an RPM-IVH SCC-510. So we're going to install this RPM so that SCC is on this individual box right here. So this server will have SCC installed. SCC is the tool for updating. It's a scanning tool from what's it called? The DISA STIGs, right? DISA is the Department of Information something. Information Security Assurance, maybe DISA? DISA. Department something Information Security. I don't know. All right, anyway, so this is going to install. And then we're going to run defense information. That's what I knew I'd get there eventually, Control Byte. I just needed somebody to push me there. Defense Information Security Agency. There it is. Yeah. I just know the sound it makes when it keeps my server safe. I don't know what the name is. I just know the sound it makes. All right. That's from Tropical Thunder. All right. So we're going to configure it. CSCC. We got to configure it for this one. And I'm going to run this real quick. And then this is going to take a while to run. But we'll get a score out of this. We hope this score is higher than before, because we've hardened the crap out of this box. We spent all that time hardening the server. So now this scan is going to come up. It's not ready to scan just yet. It's just showing us the SCC tool. Right? It's just showing us real quick that it can run. It's like that that Mad TV skit with, look at what I can do. That's what it's doing. Right? And he's like kicking at his mom. He's like, look what I can do. And he's like, no. He's like a big baby. The guy they got to play that's like 6'5", and he like lays on his back and goes, no, and he like kicks at his mom like a little baby. It's funny. All right. I don't know. Most of you are probably like, what the hell is he talking about? There's an old show called Mad TV. It was pretty funny. All right. This thing should not be trying to scan yet, which is actually really funny. I didn't tell this thing to scan anything. Oh, you know what? Did I? Hold on. My bad, guys. It's config. I was telling the wife the other day, there's a guy that was on Mad TV that was just a big funny guy, and he didn't show up in anything for a long time. And then he just kind of made like little stuff here and there. And then he started popping up recently, Will Sasso. And he's been in all kinds of stuff recently. I see that guy everywhere. All right, we're removing all the things that we don't want to check. Right? There's the STIGs we don't care about, because this is a RHEL 9 box. But Will Sasso is hilarious if you guys aren't familiar with him. All right, so we're going to do configure options scanning. We're going to make sure we run all SCAP content regardless of whether or not we think we need it, and then we're going to run this. This scan is probably going to take a few minutes. We might not even finish it while we're still on stream here, but this is if we do get this to finish all the way to the end, we'll let this scan a little bit. Then, or I can post it in Discord after for you guys that want to see it. It'll give us a score that hopefully, I think we were about 20. What were we at before? Well, fun fact, you might say, well, what were you at before? And I say, I can't remember. Well, I can go and scan one of the other boxes, and I could tell you the delta between, like, let's say, I think it was 40% before. Now we're up at like 75%. Well, that's a 35% increase from that little few hours of work that I just did. That's valuable, guys. That's valuable because of the fact that this is now just a process that flips over to the other set of nodes. And now we're 35% more, if you want to think of it like that, secure, but we're more compliant with, government contracts. You can't connect to certain government networks if you don't do certain things. There's all kinds of stuff that's kind of valuable there. All right. I'm going to let that run, guys. I'm going to let all that stuff run. You hang out here. Robodom, you're in charge. I'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I need a break. How's that scan coming along, guys? It'll tell us about how far it is. Did Ranger pop up? Oh my gosh. Did Ranger pop up? It looks like people were liking Ranger. Is Ranger moving around or is he just laying there? He's got his eyes open. But yeah, Ranger. He, man, he has been lounging around because it's been getting in the almost like 80s in Phoenix. It was higher than 80s a few weeks back, but yeah. That scan though, it's at 40 of 450 that are in the RHEL 9. So it's going to scan all of this and then, tell us. There's some that take much longer than others because they'll be looking through all the world writable files. So it's going to go out and it's going to check things and you'll see that. But we're at about 52 now of 450. It's not a linear graph though. It kind of peaks and valleys. 55, and then it might jump to the it might jump in the 300s, but then it'll spend more time doing whatever. So we can keep an eye on it. It's 61 right now. Did I miss anything? No, I don't think I missed anything. Farrell, yeah. No, I was thinking James Lynch. If you were talking earlier, I was talking about Will Sasso from Mad TV, and he's been popping up. He's in a show right now where he's like the dad. I don't know what this show's called, but he's the dad, and there's like a kid that's like late, probably early 20s, like marrying his daughter, and he's like a dad who runs like an auto shop or something. And I've just seen some like skits and stuff pop up, but I don't know what the show's called. But Will Sasso's the dad in it. And he's funny. He's kind of this big, kind of goofy. He was in also. I think he was in the second Super Troopers movie as well, as one of the Canadian guys, if I recall. But I think I've only ever seen the second Super Troopers movie once. So, yeah. Yeah, Robedom, thanks for coming by. I'm just at this point I'm just holding out because the scan is at 105, so I'm gonna see how far along it gets, and then I'll drop off of here soon too. So, one last look at the Discord from Robedom. I appreciate that, and then we'll hop on. He's always good for letting everybody know. And it looks like we broke the bot again. I think the bot went down. We have a bot in the Discord normally, so anybody that joined later, they're not getting all the bot action. You guys don't get all the time sitting around with the bot. Yeah, it's actually funny. I hardly streamed at all last week, and then today I've probably got like over 9 hours of streaming now, if I had to guess. But I just want to finish this one last thing. I'm on 105 of 450, and then this one takes a long time because it's looking down libpath for everything in there. So look at it scanning all these different files. So, and by the way, this does scan much faster on bigger servers that have a lot more horsepower to them. I mean, I'll run this on servers that have 128 cores and over a terabyte of RAM in them, and that'll happen real fast. But it still goes slow if you're running. A lot of times I'll disconnect the NFS or high-speed storage. I use other types of high-speed storage than NFS. I normally use like Lustre, GPFS, or something. There's a tool that's coming out that's kind of big nowadays called Weka. Good thing to get your hands on Weka if you can, in the high-performance compute space for sure. Wrexham, you didn't get the Windows hate message? But did you get in though? Did you I don't know if you got in the Discord. If you hopped in there, you saw the bot just stopped working sometime after 7:14 p.m. my time. That's funny. Oh. I think somebody asked a question. I gotta go find an answer real quick. Hold on. It's under it's presentations. Hold on. Copy message link. And then somebody was asking. Hold on, guys. I gotta find something real quick for somebody. Shoot. I just lost it, guys. I just lost what I was looking for. But we are on still 105 of 450. It's part of where it starts to go slow. Hold on. Somebody asked a question. I wanted to answer it for him. All right. We are on still 105. Yeah, this one kind of bogs it down a bit. So did lib 64, now it's on user lib, and it's just going down through everything, Wrexham, you had to log in on a different browser. Yeah. Yeah, there's our links. Sometimes when people tell us the link's broken, it only works for people if they go in like an incognito browser. I don't know why that is, but I've had it work like that. For me, it works on Chrome typically. But I've done it on other ones, and then like go into like a incognito, or what do they call it, private browsing, whatever it is on the different things, and it'll redirect. But yeah, as long as you got in, right? There's a lot of stuff in the Discord. I mean, we have years and years of worth of stuff on Discord for people to go hang out with, and lots of good engineers out there that know how to kind of get stuff working. So good. Hopefully, good answers for people. Actually, somebody asked a question earlier. I gotta go find this. I gotta ask my brother. See what my brother Tommy says. All right. And now we wait. That's a Discord way to avoid spam. Yeah, actually, when we were last year around April, something I did made YouTube quite happy, and they had like hundreds of thousands of people come to our page over like May and early June. Lots of people came. So we had so many people joining the Discord at that point. It was actually kind of funny. We had so many people joining Discord that Discord actually hit us up with a little message that said, "Hey, we think you're being raided. Do you hit this button right here if you want to lock your server down?" And I was like, "Hell no, I don't want to lock my server down." We had just passed 1,000 people, and we worked a long time. It was like almost 5 years to get to 1,000 people, and then we just kind of like blew up a little bit, and then now we have like almost 4,000 people in there. So it was really funny though. Yeah, they sent us this. I had this little button that I could have pushed that was like lock it all down, like I imagine like the things falling over the windows, like Grandpa Rick locking down the house so that he could figure out who's real and who's imaginary, right? If you guys don't get that reference, I can't help you. Discord was correct. All foreign agents. Yeah, we get some foreign agents in the Discord. We even had, there was a talk earlier I jumped in on, and people were arguing over stuff that I'm just like, oh man, there's no cause for, no call for that here. We're doing all Linux. Let's just focus on the Linux. Yeah, it was funny to watch. Well, it was funny. I mean, it was just, people are gonna have their strong opinions about things, and I tell you, like the thing about all of this is, if you can't work with people, you're gonna have a hard time anywhere you go, right? Like if you can't figure out how to, yeah, you screwed with squirrels, Morty. That'll get you every time. But yeah, I tell people like just you got to figure out how to work with people right in your career. I remember reading, actually I wasn't even read this. My marketing teacher in high school showed us this. He was also my best friend's dad, which is funny because he's still my good friend to this day. And his dad taught us marketing in high school. And one of the things he showed us or told us was 90% of people that leave jobs leave because of the environment and the people, not because they can't do the job or don't like the job anymore. And I always thought that was interesting. Like, so you mean like when I rage quit and leave, it's not going to be because of the job, or it's not going to be because of the work? And he's like, no, it's going to be because you can't stand the people. And I had never thought about that, as a kid. But then as I got older, I'm like, oh, I 100% agree with that. I'd say it's higher than 90% if you ask me. People are going to leave because of the people they have to work with most of the time. So that's probably accurate. Anyways, all right. So we are at, where are we at here? We're still only on 105. This one just takes a long time. Checking the permissions on this, and then it's going to go. Yeah. To be fair, I've been saying that a long time for people. I have a little line drawing that I draw sometimes, Wrexham, where it's like you have, they can't pay you the value you have after a few years in the industry. My brother got into data analytics a few years ago, and if he didn't really love his company and only have a couple years left to have a full pension, because he's been with them 20 years and he makes it to 22 and he gets the full pension. If he could probably leave right now. If I had to just conservatively guess, my brother could probably leave for about $100K more than what he makes right now, especially when he's almost done with his master's in data analytics. They're paying him pennies compared to what he's worth, and like when he's all done and gets his pension, I think he's probably going to jump for about $100K more than what he makes, with how good he is and what he knows and like his background. I think he can jump anywhere for a lot more than what he makes. So it'll be interesting. So, oh, this happened last time. We crashed the box, I think. Is he up? What's his uptime? Oh, damn it. Guys, I'm going to have to get off here. I'm not going to be able to finish this, but I'm going to do this again. Watch this. In Hammer 1, we're going to do this. We're going to no-hup, and then we're going to background him. So we're going to drop the connection eventually, but he should see. Oh, we don't need. Damn it, we don't need the config anymore. We just run the CSCC. That's my bad. All right, here he is. Ah. Well, also, it would help if we were in the right directory. There we go. I'm stupid sometimes. Oh, I forgot that we were kicked out of there, SCC. So we see it running. And then if you really wanted to, you could do like this. You could like watch LSOF against 1 -P 13662 to see what it's doing, what it's touching, where it's scanning, whatever. You could watch that happen if you cared. I don't care that much to watch all that, but this is what it's doing right now. What files it has open each of these few seconds. Every 2 seconds that's going again. So, you know, where is it at? What's it doing? All right. Anyways, should still be running in the background. All right. We'll know when it's done. I'll post up some numbers tomorrow for people that care about that kind of stuff. Yeah, control byte. I agree with that too, because if a company can only give you a certain percentage of raise, you know, like maybe at the most like 5%, that might not keep up with cost of living in some places. So that's not going to work either. You know, I used to tell people even if you're the best around, they're probably not able to give you more than 6% year over year raise. And if that's the case, like if you're doing data analytics and you're 3 years in and they're paying you, you know, $72K a year, but your experience puts you more at like 150, 160, who the hell isn't going to leave for that? That's more than twice as much money. If you wouldn't leave for that, I'd tell you your data analytics skills aren't very good. All right, I'll stop. All right, I think we'll be fine. Hey, I'm gonna put this on our little end of stream. Let's go find somebody to raid on the Twitch side. YouTube side, we're just messing around. So let's go find somebody that's doing something for us to go raid. We'll go hit Triple Jump Games. He's always doing gaming stuff and building stuff, but he tends to be pretty interesting content as far as whatever he's building or working on. So we'll go right over to him, and then for the rest of you guys, I might be on tomorrow doing some labs. I might just be doing work stuff, so I might not even hop on tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what our schedule kind of looks like. But I will see most of you guys then either tomorrow or later on this week. All right, take care.